Welcome, I'm Paul, this is Dave. You're watching my channel's monthly compendium for the month of September 2024. Enjoy. Case file number 1805, written by Do Strike 1670. A chill in the air, a shadow sweep, the night something moved without a peep. This happened a couple days ago, and I still haven't figured out what could possibly explain what I saw. So here I am. The other night, I was laying on my bed in the bedroom, while my son was in the other room playing with his cars. I had been laying there for a couple of minutes. Let me explain the layout of the room so this makes sense. I have a Sensi plug-in light on the wall that I face. It is underneath the window in the room, and our dresser is to its left, my right, with the TV on it. The window has drapes that hang down below the window, but above the Sensi light. When it's turned on, the light is on, which it was at the time this happened. I was laying on the bed with my phone in my right hand, and my head was on a pillow, so I was comfortable looking at my phone. I was holding the phone, and behind it was a reflection of the light and drapes on the wall. I had no fans on, and the air conditioner was on but not running. The window was locked shut, so no draft was coming in. I was scrolling on my phone, and on the wall, it looked like something moved between the light and the wall. The drapes even had a little movement to them. From my perspective, it looked exactly like when a person walks between a light, and you see the shadow on the wall and see their figure move through it quickly. As soon as it happened, I jumped up and said, "What was that?" I got a little cold, and my son came into the room and asked, "What, Daddy?" He could see the look on my face, and I told him something weird just happened. We own no pets that could have done it without being noticed. I have a lot of background in the spiritual world, but not when it comes to this. So what could it have been? Because I definitely saw something move in front of the light, and the drapes started moving slightly. But nothing was there. Case file number 1806, written by Hey Booby. Objects that move and cigarettes that clone. Tales from a house that's never alone. We had a history of odd things happening in our old house that we can't really explain. One year, we had a friend over helping us wrap up our kitchen renovation. My husband and our friend Jay came inside, and Jay told him, "I thought you don't smoke Marlboros," pointed to a pack of Marlboros sitting in one of the open cabinets. My husband said, "I don't, that's your pack," and picked it up to give it to him. Jay reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack, saying they had been in his pocket the entire time. The packs were completely identical, down to having 3 cigarettes left in the exact same spot. Jay is the only person we know who smokes that kind of cigarette, and nobody else had been in our house all day anyway. And the kicker is, I had just painted the trim above that cabinet while they were outside, using the cabinet to set my rag down, and it had been completely empty then. As best we can figure, somehow the pack duplicated. It seems impossible, but we have no idea where else it could have come from. Jay is not great at keeping a straight face, and he was as shocked as we were, so I believe him that he didn't plant them there to mess with us. And we've had other weird object-related things happen that we can't explain. Like this one. One Saturday, not long after my husband and I moved into that house, I spent the entire day doing laundry. I was way behind because we had just moved, and things had been hectic, so I had about 10 loads to do. I started by sorting my first 4 loads: darks, lights, heavy duty, and delicates. I had 4 identical laundry baskets specifically so I could sort them like this. Throughout the day, I got into a good routine. I was using my baskets to cycle clean and dirty laundry from the bedroom to the washer and dryer, then back again. These 2 rooms are the only places I had the baskets. At the end of the day, I realized I only had 3 baskets. We never found that 4th one. Some other weird things had happened there. Once in the kitchen, I closed the fridge door as I was walking away, but I didn't use enough force and it stopped without catching. My dog was standing next to it, so I jokingly asked him to close it. The door closed. Another time, several similar things happened in 2 days. The first day I was in the bedroom facing the dresser when I heard my puppy come in. I turned around to see he had dug the cat food can out of the garbage. I told her to drop it and she did, directly behind me. I turned back to the dresser and heard a light clink, like metal dropping on metal. I turned and the lid to the cat food can was sitting propped up on the can. I'm positive it wasn't there when I had just looked, and my puppy was on the other side of the room. The next day I rolled out of bed, leaving my glasses on the nightstand, and headed towards the kitchen. I stopped to pet one of the dogs and heard a sound to my left, like something being dropped or falling on the carpet. I turned and my glasses were sitting on the carpet, neatly folded up how they had been on the nightstand. Later in the day, I was cleaning our guest room, and my cat knocked over the jewelry holder that had my wedding necklace on it. The holder was on the floor, but the necklace was nowhere near. Assuming it had fallen in one of the boxes nearby, I figured I'd find it later and kept on going. A few minutes later, I heard a noise in the same area, and there was my necklace on the floor. So some bizarre things happened there, but the overall vibe in the house was so positive and welcoming that even guests commented on it. I never felt threatened or freaked out even when those crazy things happened. Would you like my weekly and monthly compilations completely ad-free? If so, check out the link in the description to my Patreon, where for $3 a month, you can get them all completely ad-free. Case file number 1807, written by Fractal Jester 333. A hidden design, clear and fair. The instant I knew of the podcast bear. This will be short, but keep in mind, there's no words to describe the profundity of how I felt when this happened to me the other day. Also, I've had many glitches and synchronicities and events in my life that have proven to me beyond a doubt that there's a hidden design behind the fabric of reality. But this one was a big one for me because I hadn't had one in a while, and it happened just a few days ago. Okay, so, as simple as it sounds, I was walking downstairs, and as I entered the kitchen, a family member was doing something with food on the counter, and said something extremely specific, and I had my phone in my hand. In that moment, I immediately knew that if I looked at my phone, I was going to see something to do with a podcast, and the topic being bears. As specific as that sounds, I should not have known this information. This was a complete gnosis without evidence of the totality of the simulation in that moment. And that totality included this extremely specific data point of the podcast bear. I look down and unlock my phone, and as my YouTube feed refreshes, the first thing that's right there is a podcast with a picture of a grizzly bear. In that moment, the world stood still because I could not have physically known that. It was impossible, and yet I knew it. Case file number 1808, written by A.B. Gry, Krakow 84. A knock, a leak, and a grandfather's streak. When I was like 16 or so, my parents went out of town for a week and left me at home by myself. Which wasn't a big deal, as I knew how to take care of myself and was a responsible kid. No parties or anything. I had my own car and a job, plus school. And I knew if there was an emergency, I could call any number of people who could help. Overall, it was just a chill week, nothing special going on. Except one day, I get home from school and the toilet is running. I was so confused as I knew I hadn't even used the toilet on that day. There was nobody else who could have been there. I couldn't get the toilet to stop running. Thankfully, it wasn't flooding anything. So I just turned the water off and made a note not to use it and tell my parents when they got back. Like 30 seconds after I do that, I hear a knock on the door. I look outside and see my grandfather there. Mind you, this is all happening within 5 minutes of me arriving home as well. I answer the door and say hi. He asks me if everything is okay. I say yeah and mention I just turned off the water on the toilet. He was acting a bit awkwardly, and I know he had no reason to come to the house. He never came over unless he was invited, and there was certainly no reason for him to be there this time. He said he had to go and then drove away. Later on, I told my mom about the whole thing. I figured she asked him to come over and check up on me or something. However, it's been 20 years since then, and to this day, she still denies any of that, and she had no idea why he was there. I tried asking him myself, and he claims he had no idea what I was talking about. So my mystery is, what the hell was my grandfather doing at the house that day, and why doesn't he remember? Case file number 1809, written by Schizario. Miles covered in the blink of an eye. The teleports that make us question why. Something really strange has been happening lately, and I know I'm not crazy, because friends of mine have experienced this with me on 2 separate occasions. I swear I'm teleporting across town somehow. This has happened to me 3 times, and it's seriously starting to freak me out. It happened for the 3rd time less than an hour before I started writing these words. I was riding in my friend's car back to my place from a movie theater on the opposite side of town. A trip that would normally take around 15 minutes. It took us 5, and I noticed what had happened almost immediately. But I didn't want to say anything until my friend, we'll call him E, did too, out of fear of sounding crazy. On the drive, we randomly ended up downtown, close to my place, much sooner than we should have. The transition is so seamless that I can't tell the difference until I see man-made landmarks like buildings. E mentioned that he didn't make any turns that he'd normally have to in order to get there. We just ended up there. We weren't distracted by conversation or anything, and the both of us were stone cold sober. Then I started to freak out a little bit. I told him about the other 2 experiences like that I'd had. More on those later. We made it to my place and decompressed for a bit before he left. In the car, I told E about the other 2 events like that I had experienced. The very first time I had something like that happen, I was walking to a gas station to grab a snack after work, and somehow ended up walking on a street a mile down the road. No time had passed at all, and I know this because I check my watch fairly often. The second experience was the most drastic of all 3. I was in the car with another friend of mine, we'll call him Jay, and we were on our way to a Walmart a 30-minute drive away from his place one morning. We ended up getting there in 10 minutes. We took a turn into this more scenic road in my state, Virginia, which would be a straight path to North Carolina. Instead of us going towards North Carolina, we ended up on a very similar road much closer to Walmart within a matter of seconds. The transition was nearly unnoticeable until I saw buildings I recognize from the part of town the Walmart is in. That experience freaked me out too. I have no clue what's going on, and to be honest, I'm really scared. I don't know what's happening, and I want to find out. Another thing that happens, and this has been consistent all 3 times, is that I, along with E and J, get these horrible burning sensations in our lower chests. Standing up after an experience like this feels like a burden, and walking around is awkward and clumsy. All 3 times I've had this happen, I, along with E and J, have been completely sober. Case file number 1810, written by MCMCE. In the dark by the cars, a massive tail leaves us wondering if we're on Mars. When I was a little kid, my family, parents, sibling aunts, uncles, and cousins would always go camping at a lake on or near the 4th of July. One night, I went to get a Shasta out of the cooler on my own. I had to have been 9 or 10 years old. I was on my own, but not alone, just away from the group. We'd always have to mow a section to camp in and make a ring around a massive tree. Cars, then tents, then the fire pit in that order made a semicircle. So other people were out, but by the fire pit or in their tents because it was already dark out. So I'm alone, but just have to look back to see people. Within shouting distance for sure. Anyways, I had a flashlight, and I'm going to the cooler that's near the cars and I'm shining the light on the ground. Because whether being serious or just trying to scare me, an uncle had to tell me to look out for snakes and tarantulas. As a kid, it was obvious snakes and tarantulas were around. I'd see them be moved or scared away whenever my family would cut the grass before setting up the campsite. As I get near the cooler, I'm walking alongside the cars, and I see a massive tail coming out from under the car. Like too big, the length of my arm and thick as my thigh, just the tail. It obviously notices me and kind of twitches. I notice it and freeze for a second, panic. Then it shoots off under the car and through the grass on the other side. The way it moved was too fast and not like a slither, so I'm thinking of the tail of a massive lizard. I still got my Shasta and beat it back to the campfire. I don't think I told anyone about it, or if I did, they might have just written it off as me imagining it. I still think about what it could have been from time to time. My best guess is maybe someone had a massive pet iguana, and it either escaped or they let it go. I live in Oklahoma, by the way. Case file number 1811, written by Fisherman Yellow. The Abandoned House's Creepy Clown, a day that turned our smiles down. There was this house in my hometown a few streets away from our local park that all the kids thought was haunted. A simple one-story, small house, nothing special or creepy about it. I was about 10 at the time, and one afternoon, a friend and I decided to jump the fence and go into the backyard, which was bare except for the overgrown grass, which was about knee height. There were curtains on all the windows and doors, so we couldn't see inside. We walked through the grass and closer to the veranda, approaching the rear door, when we heard this creepy clown laugh. We both hightailed it out of there as fast as we could, jumped on our bikes and rode home. My memory doesn't recall what we did after, whether we told anyone or our parents. But we never went back, and it was never lived in for the next few years I spent in the town. I was certain it wasn't my friend playing a joke, as he was right next to me, and the sound came from elsewhere. No other kids were with us, and I still can't think of how it happened. Case file number 1812, written by Daughter of Israel. From English to Korean in a blink. The K-drama that made me stop and think. A few hours ago, I got home from work and went about my usual routine. Took off my work clothes, changed in some sweats, and then scoured my fridge looking for food that's simply not there. Anyway, I plopped down on my couch and turned on the TV to scroll through what's new on Netflix. I finally settled on a random K-drama, and I chose it specifically because the trailer had an English dub. Now I know there's a very mixed opinion about this, but I prefer to watch foreign languages shows with English dubs. And it's not because I have an aversion to reading. I love to read. But most of the time, when I'm lounging on the couch and have the TV on, I'm not actually watching whatever is on. I just like to have background noise as I'm scrolling on my phone or laptop. You know, ADHD things. So the show starts, and I'm halfway listening, halfway adding things that I definitely don't need to my Amazon cart. I'm barely looking at the TV, but following along just fine, because it's in English. However, after about 15 minutes into the show, I start noticing that English is no longer being spoken. I look up from my phone and start reading the subtitles, thinking that this is just a show that switches back and forth between languages. But after a few minutes, it still hadn't returned back to English. I think, that's strange. Well, maybe when I was on my phone, I was so distracted that I rolled into the remote and it changed the language back to Korean. So I go into the settings. There's no option for an English dub. This show is strictly only in Korean. Confused, I rewind the show back to the beginning because, like I explained, for the first 15 minutes or so, I could have sworn I was following along to English being spoken. But no, the characters are definitely only speaking Korean now. I don't know what to think. I guess I could have been reading the subs in English, so I heard English in my head. But that's just not adding up for me because I was barely reading the subs, yet still felt like I knew what was being said. And I could have sworn the trailer was in English, which was ultimately why I clicked on the show in the first place. Case file number 1813, written by City and Mother. Through moves in time, the ring returns. A tale of a band that forever yearns. 14 years ago, I had my oldest. When I found out that I was pregnant, I waited a couple of months before I told my boss. "When will you be wed?" was the first thing out of her mouth. I can envision that moment like it happened today. It stuck with me. I was almost 23, but I look younger. And throughout the pregnancy, I was constantly met with judgments of being an unwed young mother. We didn't just believe that we should be married for the sake of pregnancy, thankfully, oh my god. But we were together, so I decided to just buy a pretty ring and just wear it when I went out. It is a silver band with small, shiny stones, purchased from Target. No big deal. I wore it until it was tarnished. But at that point, I acquired my grandmother's wedding ring when she died, so I started wearing that. I put the tarnished ring in a jewelry box with intentions of laughing about it one day, and that was it. A few years ago, and a few houses later, I found the ring. It looked worse than I remembered it, but hung it on a jewelry tree to continue what I was doing and forgot about it. Until a month or so later, while cleaning out a couch I was getting rid of, I found the same ring but shiny new. Quite what the hell. I went to find the other one. Still gross looking, but it was the same ring. I know I didn't buy another, so yes, I was very what the hell. I put the original one back on the jewelry tree and tossed the other one in a drawer. I was creeped out, but eventually forgot about it. Fast forward to last week. I was cleaning and gutting out my kitchen, and there was the ring, sitting in a ceramic pie dish. I thought that maybe one of the kids took it out of the drawer, but because I had no use for it, I put it in a bag I was throwing unwanted items into. A big black trash bag. I put it into the bag, didn't toss it. I even placed it into a Tupperware bowl. I took the bag outside when I was done, deep cleaned the whole kitchen, wiped baseboards and under everything that had a crevice. The other day, I was sweeping the kitchen floors. Under the kitchen table, there was another freaking ring, shiny silver and sparkling stones. They just keep on coming. Case file number 1814, written by Ignis 184. Surgeon's shock and a priest's insight. A miracle light or medical might. When I was 6, I began complaining of frequent UTIs and pain in my abdomen. Luckily, the pediatrician took me seriously. There are 2 tubes called ureters that carry urine from your kidneys, where it is made, to your bladder, where it is stored. There is supposed to be a one-way valve in these tubes that keeps the urine from flowing backwards. I did not have a valve. I went in for surgery to create a valve and examine the level of damage done. Urine is chemically extremely irritating, which is why your bladder is especially adapted to holding it long term. They expected to find massive scarring in my kidneys and ureters, because they are not built to be exposed to that concentration of urine for long. I was placed on the kidney transplant list ahead of the operation. 1 week after surgery to create the valve, scans show 1% damage in the kidney? Surgeon says he can't explain it. Parish priest who did the last rites says he can. Now I am a scientist working in regenerative medicine. I wonder about this incident. On the one hand, it's well known that kids heal way better than adults. But on the other hand, my surgeon was pediatric, so surely was taking that into account. Kidneys are not known to regenerate easily, like mucosal linings of the liver is. I am religious, so I'm not opposed to thinking it really was a miracle, but I also don't think it had to be. God does plenty of amazing things through the natural world. There is a famous urological surgeon working on tissue engineering. I have never met him, but if I ever come across him at a conference, I would love to hear if he can explain it. Case file number 1815, written by Potential Macaroon, 8532. A Dream's Embrace. Goodbye from Grandma's Loving Face. When I was 12, my parents got divorced and we lived with my dad. Stayed at my mom's every other weekend and saw her twice a week. Anyways, one night I had a dream that my mom had come to pick up my brothers and I. We were driving around in her car when she told us that she had something to tell us. In my dream, she told us that she has cancer and is very sick. I remember waking up, feeling a bit worried and brushed it off as a weird dream. Here comes the weird part. The next time she came to pick us up, we were driving in her car and she told us she had cancer. It was weird as hell, just like the dream I had. But that was 13 years ago and my mom has been cancer-free for about 11 years now. Also, whenever I was pregnant with my daughter, right before I found out her gender, I dreamt that I opened up an envelope and it said, "It's a girl." A few weeks later, confirmed that I was pregnant with a girl. Then I had another dream like 2 weeks before I gave birth, and I saw my daughter and her weight. Whenever I gave birth, it was all the same. Lastly, my grandmother passed away pretty unexpectedly a few years ago. I took it pretty hard considering I visited with her and my grandpa just about every other day. Well, a day or two after she passed, I had a dream that I was walking up some stairs that led into a room. I opened the door and my grandma was sitting on the couch. I ran up to her and started crying and hugging her, saying, "But you're gone, you passed away." And she wiped my tears and said, "I know," and gave me the biggest hug. Then I woke up. It felt so real, the hug and everything. I think it was her saying her final goodbye. Case file number 1816, written by To Forget Me, To Not To, The Basement's Abyss, and The Voicemail's Kiss. This will always stick with me because I cannot explain it to this day. Back in 2015, when I was just out of college, I moved to southern Delaware, I know, horrible, to live with friends and my boyfriend at the time. I'm a musician, so I traveled around to play shows in different towns. I had an old friend reach out to me about 6 months after I had moved to come back up to upstate New York to play a show. I took my boyfriend and 3 friends with me to the show. During our stay, we had some extra time to get a little sightseeing in, and my friends hadn't been to upstate New York before. We went to this old trail I used to hike a lot, which led to these 2 houses in the woods where I would hang out with people. The first house was this abandoned glass home project. All the windows had been smashed in, but it was still cool to see the structure. The second house, however, was much creepier and held a dark energy to it. When we got to the second house, we noticed the basement door was open. In all the times I had hiked to that house, I never saw that door open. It was always locked or had overgrown weeds in the way. Of course, my curious butt was like, now we have to see what's in the basement of this house. All 5 of us cautiously agreed to go in, but something still felt off. The house from the outside looked abandoned and neglected, but inside it looked like a bomb had gone off. When I walked into the basement, there were 3 rooms. The one off to my right, that was the furthest part of the house, was completely pitch black. No light, no windows, nothing. It just felt like if you stuck your hand through the doorway, it would disappear into nothingness. This was around 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and there wasn't direct sunlight outside, but it wasn't super cloudy or dark. So of course, with my 3 friends and boyfriend watching me, I approach the doorway, but for some reason, I can't bring myself to walk through it. I take my phone to shine a light in the room, and my phone starts going crazy. The screen starts to glitch out and do things on its own. The light flickers. My phone had never done anything like this before. Creeped out, we leave, because I run out feeling like I'm about to throw up. We walk back to the car and drive to a favorite local restaurant of mine for lunch. When we arrive, I see that my phone has a voicemail. No missed call, no ring, nothing. It just appeared in my notifications. I put my phone on speaker for everyone in the car to hear. When I play voicemail, my blood goes cold. It's my voice talking. Somehow, a voicemail I had left my dad one day after class 3 years prior was playing. A voicemail I had left for someone else on their phone, a phone that doesn't exist anymore. How do you explain that? I started crying because at the time I had a really awful relationship with my dad. I remember a bit of what the voicemail said. I was telling my dad that I missed him and that I was just getting out of dance practice and was heading to my biology lab to work on some homework. My freshman year self, talking and rambling to my dad. Somehow, this voicemail made its way through time and space and landed on my current phone at the time. All of us were stunned. My best friend, who was with me at the time, she still remembers it to this day whenever I bring it up. Every once in a while, I think about that day, and it makes me cold when I do. Case file number 1817, written by InSpork. The Phone Call Mystery and Grandpa's Trickery. When I was 7, I woke up early in the morning on my birthday. My parents were gone. The house was empty except for my grandpa sitting on the couch in the living room. He said happy birthday to me. Told me my parents had gone out to get a few last-minute things for my birthday party and would be back soon. My grandpa was always a bit on the weird, aloof side. I never saw him much as we got older. I think he and my dad didn't have the best relationship, so when he died, when I was a teen, It came as a surprise because we hadn't seen him in several years. Anyway, that morning he asked me if I wanted to see a magic trick, so I said sure. Before he could get another word out, the phone rang. He reached over, answered it, then held it out to me. "It's for you." I held the phone to my ear and it was Grandpa's voice on the other line, saying, "Happy birthday, kiddo." I don't know if he expected my reaction to be amazed, confused, or delighted, but it filled me with terror. I just said thank you, and then, "I gotta go now." To which the voice on the phone replied, "Okay, kiddo, have a good day." I gave the phone back to Grandpa. He hung it up, and that was the end of it. To this day, I still don't know exactly how he did that or why. This was the early 90s, so it wouldn't be as easy a prank to pull off as it would be today. Though I guess still technically possible. It just weirded me out, and I had dreams about it several times over the years. Grandpa wasn't especially known for being a prankster or knew any magic tricks. Like I said, he was cold and aloof. My parents later came home with my birthday cake and a few party supplies. They never mentioned a magic trick, asked if I got a phone call, or made any indication that they were in on it. They definitely wouldn't have had cell phones back then. I remember all that through an uncanny lens now. I'm sure it's just my mind coloring the memory as I age, but I remember everything about it just creeping me out and giving me an off feeling. Grandpa's mischievous grin as he held out the phone for me. That voice on the line that was so unmistakably his voice. I have scared myself a few times thinking, if he was sitting right next to me, who was on the phone? If he was on the phone, who was sitting next to me? I just wish I had gotten a chance to ask him about it and finally get an explanation. Case file number 1818, written by OK Quell, 9021. First I saw him, then he wasn't there. A glitch in time, or just a mindful affair? Last Saturday morning, I went to meet up with my son's dad so he could spend a couple days with him, as per our usual schedule. We meet up at a convenient halfway point in a large box store's parking lot. It was early for a weekend, so I don't even think the store was open yet, and the lot was empty as far as I remember. This particular day, we parked in a long, empty row against the curb, facing outward towards the curb, so there were no cars in front of us or beside us, and a wide driving aisle behind, between us and any other cars in the lot. I often arrive before his dad does, and the usual routine for my son and I while we wait is to keep listening to his audiobook while he fiddles around with the sunroof. As we were doing that, I saw his dad pull up to my left and park next to me on my side. He opened his door and got out to walk around to our car, so I turned to my son, who has his head and his dog's head sticking out of the sunroof, of course, and start saying my I love yous. Okay, side note, I specifically noticed that the rear passenger window of his dad's car, which my son has covered in stickers, was rolled down, which is unusual with only him in the car. I always look for the stickers as a quick identifier when keeping an eye out for his car, as it's a reasonably popular make and model, and I don't think I've ever seen him do that before. I also saw that my son's dad was wearing sunglasses, along with a tank top that we got years ago at a music festival. A tank top is slightly unusual for him. He usually prefers t-shirts, but I noticed this tank in particular because it was old enough that I was there when he got it. His hair is getting long, and he had it half pulled back, which he started doing recently. I saw all of this, I know I did. Okay, so, my son ducks his head back in, replies gamely to my goodbyes, and hugs me. But then he gives me a funny look and says, "Why are we doing this already?" I laugh and point out my window to show him that Daddy had pulled up, while he was playing with the sunroof. Except when I turned around to show him, his dad is not there. In fact, there are still no other cars parked beside us at all, or anywhere near us. My heart gave a kind of funny little leap when I saw this, because I know what I saw. But I tried to just shake it off, because, well, what else could I have done? I laughed at myself and told my son his mom is being a goofball and imagining things. I wasn't sleep deprived or anything, but I thought maybe I had spaced out for a minute. I don't know. Less than 5 minutes later, my son's dad pulled into the same spot I had imagined he was in before. He had his sunglasses and the festival tank top on. His hair was half pulled back, and the rear passenger window was rolled down, so you couldn't see the stickers. I was really weirded out, but still kind of laughed it off when my ex asked me what was wrong, because I just didn't know what to do with the information I had. I haven't even talked to anyone about it since then, because it freaks me out. I know it isn't a big glitch or anything. I didn't die in a car crash and come back to life or something. But it was so real and so random and specific that it's throwing me for a loop. Also, for the record, I have excellent fire and carbon monoxide detectors installed. After we had a fire a couple years ago, we check them regularly. And I am fairly confident, about as sure as I can be, that it isn't a health thing. Because just a few weeks ago, I had a battery of tests done. MRI, MRA, CT, angiogram, full blood panel, the works. Done to try and pinpoint the reason for my medically insignificant on its own, just really annoying, occasional pulsatile tinnitus. While they couldn't figure out why it was happening, they also didn't find any scary tumors or aneurysms or other baddies. Oh, one other thing, for what it's worth. The first time I saw him arrive, our puppy, held by my son, who was standing up on the sunroof, got really excited, wiggled out of his arms and ran to my lap, just like he always does when he sees my son's dad arrive. I didn't even think about that until just now, but he did, and was in my lap waiting until he arrived for real. I don't know, it seems like maybe he saw something too? I could be reaching. So yeah, I guess I'm just a little dumbfounded. I'll probably never know, but it was an unsettling experience for sure. I did speak to baby daddy this evening about what happened last weekend. Unsettled for 2 reasons. First, in answer to my question, he says that no, he did not arrive, then pulls around the lot for XYZ reasons, then come back. So, that's ruled out. The more disconcerting thing, though, was his reaction when I first brought it up. He doesn't remember us talking about it last weekend, like at all. I started off by saying, So, remember how I was tripping last weekend and thought you showed up but then you didn't? And kinda laughed. And he just stared at me blankly for a second. He says he doesn't remember. No. I said, yeah, remember when you showed up and I told you and I said goodbye to kiddo twice because la la la? And he's like kinda smiling along with what I'm saying, but clearly lost. So I had to tell him the whole story again, start to finish, and it still didn't strike a bell. I mean, it's possible that he forgot, yes. He's not a noticeably forgetful person, but I don't know. Maybe he was distracted. I'd say it's much less possible that he's trying to pull one over on me to creep me out. It's not really his kind of humor. Slim chance, sure, I guess, because anything is possible. And the other possible things are getting really weird. One good thing is that he seems to believe me that something happened. He's open-minded, but I can also tell that he was thinking maybe I got it confused or whatever, I don't know. But he's not flat out calling bullcrap. I also asked my son if he remembered, but I didn't want to creep him out by going into detail. So all I said was, remember how we said goodbye twice? And he was like, uh-huh. Unfortunately, he is also young enough and distracted enough that I'm not totally convinced he was following along authentically or just like, uh-huh, yeah. Mommy, let me go back to drawing this picture of Minecraft dudes pounding other Minecraft dudes. So, yes, that's where I'm at right now. Thoughts, suggestions? I have no dashcam, unfortunately. Case file number 1819, written by Alarming Badger 8316. First it's a girl, then it's a surprise. Am I losing my mind or seeing lies? I feel like I'm losing my mind. My past coworker has 2 boys. She became pregnant with her second baby boy while we still worked together, before she knew the gender. Would talk about how she hopes it's a girl as this will be their last baby. Well, he was a beautiful little boy and she was head over heels. Fast forward 6 years later, we're still friends on social media. And late last year, she announced, baby girl, last name, coming July 24th. written in chalk with her boys in the picture. I literally even told my husband, "Oh yay, coworker is having a girl. I know she's always wanted a girl. A couple days ago she had her baby girl, absolutely perfect baby girl." But she wrote, "Finding out the gender at birth was the most magical experience I'll ever have gone through in life, and I'm so grateful." And I was like, what? So I went back and her announcement post was the exact same picture, but not in the pink chalk or anything that indicated a baby girl. Even in the comments, people were asking, "Do you know the gender?" And she responded, "No, we're going to wait this time. It's our last baby, and we want to experience a surprise." I'm not confusing her with anyone else either, as no one else is going through the 2 boys, and then a girl scenario. I have 2 older brothers and always smile every time knowing how fun it was having 2 big brothers. I also have 2 boys, so it's fun to think about a possible daughter one day. I'm tripping out. It was so weird. And she's not the type to want attention or act like she didn't know when she did. I even told my husband all of this and he confirmed I told him she was having a girl. So yeah, my friends, I'm thinking I finally experienced my big glitch in the matrix. Case file number 1820, written by Perspective Few 0919. Eerie incidents, mysterious fires, and haunting dreams. My grandparents bought a huge 5+ bedroom house. They asked my parents if they would move in to help pay for it. It was a win-win for everyone because we lived in a tiny apartment and we were outgrowing it. So it was my grandparents and uncle, who was only about 6 years older than me, I was in 3rd grade, who lived on the main floor of the house, and my family lived on the top level, my parents' older brother and myself. When we first moved there, everything was fine, but my mom quickly started to have horrible dreams about an evil man who lived in our house. We had a great room that my grandmother absolutely refused to let us even walk into, because everything in the room was white, so we knew if we got caught in there, we were in deep crap. So we would literally avoid it at all costs. My grandma was constantly getting on us about playing her music box in that room, even though we swore we never touched it. She would pull out little knickknacks on the windows and would constantly have to fix them, because it would be balancing upside down. We had a brand new pool table in our basement that the balls would just sling across the table. My mom was in the basement one night, and we had an old washing machine that was unplugged, and it started shaking uncontrollably. One day, my uncle stayed home from school, and my mom was home asleep, when, all of a sudden, my mom woke up to my uncle shaking and screaming at her the house was on fire. Our house had multiple smoke alarms, but none of them ever went off. Luckily, they were able to get out, because the bottom of my mom's bed had caught on fire, and she was literally about to go up in flames. Our house was basically completely gutted out, so while we were getting it fixed, we lived in our pole barn, our garage, and a camper my cousin let us use. We didn't want to inconvenience anyone, so we tried to stay on the property. Well, one day, when my grandparents were out, the camper that my cousin let us use also caught on fire. No one could explain what happened. It just seemed to catch on fire. We ended up getting to move back into our house around October of the same year. When we moved in, the previous owner, a woman and 2 daughters, randomly showed up and asked to walk around the property. We thought it was kind of weird, but figured that they had a lot of good memories there. So they walked around for a while and came back and thanked us, and then proceeded to tell us that her husband was the one who built not only our house, but also the pole barn that we had been living in as well. She said that he was a very bad alcoholic and had choked on his vomit and passed away in the garage. She said that her husband always told her he wanted all of his ashes spread on the property if he were to pass. She said she couldn't bring herself to do it, so she spread some ashes, buried some, and then saved the rest. But when she buried them, she just kinda dug a random hole and then put them in there, and that was it. The lady and her daughter leave, and we think nothing more about it. At the end of that month, I woke up panicked and something told me to look out my bedroom window, and no sooner did I do that, and our pole barn that we just moved out of literally just exploded in flames. My mom ended up having a dream shortly after about the man in the house, and he was pissed at his wife for not respecting his wishes. That very next morning, we made a wooden cross and had a little ceremony to celebrate his wishes, and I kid you not, we never had anything happen after that. The whole time we had lived there, it felt like we were under the darkest rain cloud until we did this. No one was themselves. It was like something was sucking everything from us. Case file number 1821, written by Baby Peach. Heavy boots on a quiet eve, the night we heard what we couldn't believe. Christmas Eve, 3 years ago. I was sleeping at my friend Joe's house because I used to spend Christmases with his family. It was just the four of us. Me in the bedroom right next to the wood staircase, Joe in the room across the hall, and his parents down the hall. His house is a super old farmhouse in the woods in New England, and at night, specifically on winter nights, it was so quiet you can hear a pin drop, besides the distant snores of his mom and dad from their room down the hall. That night, around 3 a.m., I startled awake, feeling unsettled. I didn't know why, and I lay up just staring at the ceiling for almost an hour, listening to the total silence of the house, the faint snoring of his parents off in the distance. I yearned for my phone to distract me from the unease, but it was dead. I didn't have a phone charger, so I lay awake for a long time. Eventually I dozed off again, until I was jarred awake to the sharp sound of a stair creaking. It was loud and slow, with intention. I braced myself, hoping it was just a fluke. But then the next stair creaked, deeply under what was undeniably the sound of a slow, heel-to-toe footstep of a heavy boot. It became clear somebody was in the stairway, trying to creep up the stairs with shoes on. My heart was pounding. It became silent again, like the intruder paused. I didn't want to make a noise to draw attention to myself, but I was in utter fight or flight. I couldn't run and lock the door because there was no lock. So I kept going back and forth between scanning the room for weapons, considering hiding in the closet, or jumping out the 2-story window, but mostly I was frozen in terror. If my phone wasn't dead, I would have called the police. Instead, I grabbed my laptop, which was next to me. I quietly iMessaged Joe a million texts, trying to wake him up. This is our text convo. Me: "Dude, please wake up, I'm freaking out." Stairway creaks. "I think someone is in the house." No answer. Then I realized I could FaceTime him, so I called him. No answer. But the vibration of the call woke him up. He read my texts. "Joe, what's going on?" "Dude, I think someone is in the stairway. I'm freaking out. Listen." Silence. Parents snoring. We're waiting and listening in silence. A heavy boot goes up one more stair. At this point, they're around the top of the staircase, right outside our rooms. "Joe, someone's in the house." My heart is pounding. I hear Joe from the other room rip his door open, fling the lights on, and storm down the stairs looking for the person. He yells, "Get out!" Then he comes back up the stairs, comes into my room and tells me no one was there. No lights were on. His parents were asleep. Nothing was out of place. We're both so creeped out. After the terror calmed, this story just mystifies us. Neither of us believe in ghosts. We have no idea how to rationalize the fact that we both heard someone trying to stealthily go up the stairs in heavy boots. We told his parents the next day and they laughed at us. Another one. A few weeks ago I dreamed someone introduced themselves to me. They said, "My name is Xander. Nice to meet you." I've never met Xander, so I thought it was weird and I journaled about it. The next day, I was at work and met someone who I instantly clicked with. Before he left, he stuck out his hand and said, "Nice to meet you. My name is Xander. Case file number 1822, written by Pretend This Is Ironic. From hand to storage, they vanished in air. How did my kids' papers end up there? We were moving across the country, paid by employer, from one state where my kids started school in September to one where they started in early August. We were moving into an Airbnb because the home we purchased was not ready. All of our belongings were shipped to the new state. My children were coming into an already started school year, so I diligently packed all of our important documents to fly with me on the airplane. I could seamlessly register them for school immediately after our arrival. I called each school multiple times. One of my children is on an IEP. I had birth certificates, vaccination records, socials, marriage licenses, and a ton of paperwork for the schools. I looked this over dozens of times and protected this folder with my life. When we went to fly to our new state, I had to show my children's documentation to fly with me. This is important. These are my birth children. I have never misplaced one of these documents. We've never ordered a replacement or duplicates. 2 days after arrival is the day we go to register for school. This folder has been in my suitcase since I checked it over and packed it, only being held at the airport. I got ready and the kids got ready, and I picked up the folder and it was noticeably lighter and thinner. I thought to myself, oh freaking god, no, I know their paperwork is gone. And it was. I ripped the Airbnb apart, all of our suitcases, interrogated my husband, called the airline, airport, car rental service, spent the next week getting affidavits, copies from the old school, doctor's office, therapist, specialist, and got them registered. A month later, we closed on our new house, received all of our possessions from the storage company, and start unpacking our home. I write down my children's birthday cards every month after they're born. And then every year or special occasion, I have these items in a box in birds and pearls. The only time I go in this box is after I write a new card or a letter and print out pictures. I had not been in this box for at least 7 months. When I see the box, I think to myself, I bet their documents are in there. The originals that I used to get on the flight would be in this box that has been in storage for over a month. I open the box and on top of all the pictures, cards and letters, are the birth certificate records and social security cards. We have zero plausible guess how this happened. Made everyone in our family a believer in the unknown. I now have 2 of everything, though I used the originals to board the plane. Case notes file 1823, written by Princess Wu 86. 2 dogs strong. A tale of twin Charlies that came along. So one day, my kiddos and I were at the park across the street from the house, and we played until the sun went down. A little Shih Tzu was there all alone, and when we left, he was all alone. It was a busy street, so we didn't want to risk him getting hit. We waited a while to see if anyone came for him, and they didn't. So we took him home, and posted him on local groups. Vet was closed. We named him Charlie Hash Brown. Next day, we took him across the street in hopes of seeing his family, and we sat on a lost dog poster with his picture on it. Some people were missing their dog Charlie. What the hell? It gets crazier. I call the number and say, hey, I saw your lost dog sign and we found your dog last night and just kept him safe until we could find you. And she said, can't be. I found Charlie earlier. I'm confused as hell, and I'm like, are you sure? This looks exactly like him, and he's literally here. She said, I left the poster in the park where I lost him, but he came home earlier. She came by and met Charlie Brown, and we talked for a while about crazy coincidences. But wait, there's more. We get Charlie Brown to the vet and see if he's chipped. He wasn't. Posted on more local groups, walked him around the immediate neighborhood, asking anyone we saw if they knew him, etc. No luck. So we keep him, until the owners show up or not. Fast forward to about a month later, my oldest son goes out the front door to take out the trash, and Charlie Brown zooms past him. He tried to catch him but couldn't. When I pulled up a few minutes later and he told me, I immediately began searching and did so for several hours to no avail. I had accepted the fact that Charlie had suddenly remembered where home was and decided to go. We were all sad to see him go and continued to look for him for the next couple days. 2 days later, I get a call from the girl with the lost dog poster. And I swear to God, you'll never believe what she said. I still get chills to this day. I came home from work and my Charlie was outside on the porch and I didn't know how he got out. So I fussed at him and went to let him in, and when I opened the door, I was greeted by my Charlie. So now she has 2 identical dogs, named Charlie and Charlie Brown, sniffing one another down and playing. How the hell did this even happen? She lived like 2 miles away, and being from California, he had to pass like 400 houses to get there. I don't know how, and I'm still lost. So I kept in contact with the lady because what the hell? She's got to be meant to be in my life or something. And she was. And she one day told me her sister's dog had passed, so I gifted her Charlie Brown. So she would have a fur baby to love again, and Charlie Brown could grow up with each other since they must be destined to be together or something. The end. Case file number 1824, written by Garbage Person. From 4 to 3, what do we see? A cherry vanishing mystery. So last night, I was playing Hi-Ho Cherry-O with my stepdaughter, 8, and my niece, 5. There were 3 of us, so we filled 3 trees with cherries and had some cherries in a bag left over. They were all accounted for. While explaining the game to my niece, 1 cherry was missing off the board. Weird, we didn't even touch the set cherries, but whatever. We looked back down at the board and now another cherry is missing. So 2 are gone now. My stepdaughter is creeped out, but laughs it off. We looked for the missing cherries, didn't find them. Pulled 2 of the spare cherries out of the bag and put them on the board and started playing. We played 4 games and crap was fine. Kids were having fun. Then it's my niece's turn to take 4 cherries off her tree. I looked over and helped her count 4 cherries and watched her put 4 cherries in her bucket. I looked back at the board and there were only 3 taken from her tree. How the hell? We all watched it happen and were really puzzled. The fact the girls were just as confused as I was told me that I'm not crazy and what the hell just happened. Today I cleaned the room we played in and didn't find the 1 missing cherries, and neither did the girls. I don't know. It was just weird because we were all looking at the board the entire time. So how did things go missing without us seeing it? Case file number 1825, written by OK Student 806. From almost empty to always full, my magical tube that defies all rules. You all can tell me I'm just being stupid, but I got this tiny container eye concealer at TJ Maxx back in 2019. I used it off and on for like 2 years, to the point that it felt nearly empty. Forgot about it, and then I found it again a year later in 2022. Okay, the weird thing is I am still using it, almost every day, for 2 years. It has been on the verge of empty. I actually remember squeezing what I thought was the last bit of it, and no more would come out. But then the next time after that, more just continued to come out, so I just kept on using it. Every time I used to wonder when will it end, but it never does. I almost always have to squeeze it out from the bottom up, like when you run out of toothpaste. For 2 years on empty, it has never stopped producing more. You may be wondering how much I use. Well, the container is small. I try to use a tiny dab, but every now and then I accidentally squeeze out more than I wanted, and it surprises me that much was still able to come out. I always think, damn, it's sure to be empty for real now. But then, no, still more and more. I honestly don't think it will ever end. I've already tried to squeeze every last bit out because sometimes I have to, in order to get more from it. But other times it doesn't take much effort for it to come out. Is there an explanation for this? I've literally tried to empty it. And no, I will not be cutting it open because this is very convenient for me. I also hope I didn't just jinx this now, and it's really going to be empty. Case file number 1826, written by TSN88. The Post and the Panic. A morning beyond manic. I was having breakfast at a bakery with my husband and toddler today. I saw an Instagram post from a restaurant we used to go to for brunch. It was an apology note to their clients and followers, stating that a few days ago, a client started feeling ill at the restaurant, and despite all their desperate calls for a doctor in the room, ambulance, neighbors, and so on, the young lady, unfortunately, passed before the paramedics arrived. They did all of that with the restaurant open. They just isolated the girl upstairs and pretended to the other patrons that everything was A-okay and kept serving food. Of course, that blew up as insensitive, dangerous, and disrespectful, and the girl's family is probably going to sue them. Anyway, as I finished reading their piece, I gave my phone to my husband so he could read it too, and hell me sideways. Some man in the bakery started screaming and running to every table, asking if anyone was a doctor or a nurse because someone at his table was collapsing. And everyone started calling emergency numbers, going to the streets nearby to find a clinic or doctor's house. The similarities were so eerie, we both got goosebumps. Thankfully, the person that was feeling sick got better, and help arrived quickly. But it was so odd to live something we were just reading at the palm of our hands at the same time in real life. Case file number 1827, written by Formal Plum 2285. A day of fun. 2 wallets is 1. My Legoland glitch left us all stunned. As a kid, I was going on a class field trip to Legoland. This was before kids had phones. I had a mint green wallet full of pics of all my friends, etc., and what would equal about $100 today. Legoland is like 2 hours away, so we went early in the morning to be there when they opened. We had an amazing day. Did all the rides, ate loads of candy floss, ice cream, etc. So I was a very happy kid when I got home that evening. As soon as I opened the door at home, my mom came running, ready to hug me and comfort me as she was certain I would be in so much distress. Because when she got home from work, she saw my wallet was on the kitchen counter. She felt so sad for me because I love amusement parks, and without my wallet I couldn't pay for the entrance and rides and food and snacks. So she thought I had just been sitting on the bus the entire day. Well, I didn't, because I had my wallet with me. My mom was happy I had a great day, but she was also quite confused, because my wallet was indeed at the kitchen counter. I opened my bag to show my mom I also had my wallet, except it wasn't there any longer. The things I'd bought in Legoland were still there, however. It remained a mystery in our family. It's just recently I got to think about it being a glitch in the Matrix. A pretty good glitch, because I had spent the $100, but they were still in the wallet at home. I've had 2 other glitches that I'm aware of. I'll share those another day. Case file number 1828, written by KeyPop1123. A digital camera lost in the night. A tale of the 2 cars and a Costa Rican plight. I lived in Costa Rica through the late 90s. From time to time, my family would come to visit me from the States. This particular time, my father and older brother had come down for a week or so. It was especially exciting because my father had brought a brand new digital camera. It was when they first came out, and they were very expensive. We just couldn't get over how one camera could hold around 400 images. It was so cool to be able to take as many photos as you wanted, and not have to worry about wasting film. Anyhow, one evening, we all hopped in the rental car my dad had rented, and went out to a nice sunset dinner. We ate, paid the bill, and hopped back into the rental car and headed back to the hotel, which was only a couple minutes away. It wasn't until we went to exit the vehicle that it occurred to us that something was off. For one, there were tons of coins in the cup holders, various items which were not ours. We had gotten into someone else's rental car and driven to our hotel. The car was exactly identical, late 90s model, white Hyundai mini SUV, and our key unlocked it and drove it and everything. For some reason, we all panicked, jumped back into the vehicle, which was pretty much stolen, speed back to the restaurant parking lot, jumped out of the stolen vehicle, locked it, and hopped into our rental car and sped off. relieved that the other party was none the wiser of what had happened. We were actually joking about what smooth criminals we were. Could not fathom how the rental car company would issue identical cars with matching keys, especially in a country so small. So once again, we arrive at the hotel, get out of the rental car, and realize, crap, we have left a brand new digital camera in the other car. We once again sped off to the restaurant, and were devastated when we discovered that the other car had already left the premises. We spent the next several hours driving around town hoping we would spot the other vehicle, but soon realized after flagging down several identical vehicles that there were dozens of white, late-model mini Hyundai SUVs, if not hundreds, and the camera was gone forever. It wasn't the cost of the camera, but the hundreds of photos of friends and family that were lost, never to be seen again. It wasn't until after the fact that we saw the humor in it, that someone or someone's somewhere out there would be telling the story for years about the time they went to Costa Rica and had a digital camera mysteriously show up in their vehicle. I would always wonder who those blonde gringos were in the photos, and why and how it appeared. So perhaps someone out there will have their very own story about this from their perspective. About that very night the mystery camera with the mystery family made its way into their lives. Could you be out there? I would love to have those photos 25 years later. Case file number 1829, written by Bean Barrage. A story of keys, cars, and unseen men. I got up and got ready for work. I'm driving my normal route, and about 35 minutes into my drive, I missed my exit due to a weird traffic instance where I just couldn't get over in time. No big deal. I continue on and just let my GPS recalculate. I like using my GPS regardless of knowing the route, because it gives good insights into the traffic patterns and ETA, things like that. It recalculates to the next exit, and even saves a couple of minutes. I was like, oh nice, maybe I just found a secret shortcut to work. So at this point, I blindly follow the GPS, as I am unfamiliar with a lot of the route at this point, and I drive for another 20 to 25 minutes or so. This is when it gets weird. I come upon a road that seems familiar to me for some reason. I discount the feeling because of the off chance maybe I had been there before. I then turn onto the road and realize that I'm on a road that connects to the road to my house. I've never gone this way because I've never had a reason to. I think, wow, this is weird. How did I get turned around like that? So at this point, I know I'm going to be late, so I call my boss and let him know I made a mistake. I decide I might as well stop in my house to let my dogs out quickly and go to the bathroom. This is the weirdest part. As I approach my house, I look in the driveway and my heart sinks. My car is in the driveway, same license plate and everything. That's when I look down at the steering wheel and realize I'm driving my wife's car. I pull in the driveway and walk in the house. My wife was confused to see me because she knew I left for work not long ago. I was surprised to see that she was awake because she works the night shift at the hospital. I asked her if she, by chance, saw me take her keys out of her purse to drive her car that day. She reaches into her purse and pulls out her keys out of her purse. I reach my hand in my pocket and pull out my keys. How was I driving her car with my keys? Our cars are very different, but the fobs are similar. I again discounted it as a weird mix-up and hop back in my car to go to work this time. I update my boss and let him know the situation. I got on the road and this time I wanted to make sure that I didn't miss my exit. As I'm approaching the same exit I missed last time, I see emergency vehicles lining the road, and the exit is closed. There was a car crash on the exit involving a semi-truck. The car that was in the accident was the same make and model as my car. I found this to be very spooky. Again, I'm forced to drive a different route to work, and at this point, I'm very flustered. I call my boss yet again and just update him, and he says, "No worries, You should still be able to make it in time for the meeting." I look at my clock, and it's as if I was on time. How? I called my wife just to confirm I was home a while ago. She said that I wasn't home, but she couldn't find her keys anywhere. I was starting to freak out. I checked my phone's previous calls and texts to my boss, and there was nothing. I never called or texted him. Do I need to go to the doctor? An update. My wife found her keys. They were in my work pants that I wore the day before. Asked my boss for a mental health day because the experience has been very unsettling. I spoke with my boss about the experience, and he said that I have the day off to figure some stuff out. Yes, he is a very cool boss. This is what I've found out. More questions than answers, really. I tried to find any news regarding the accident I saw. I've been looking up the exit and interstate to see if I can pinpoint who was in the accident, because it didn't look survivable. Nothing. I cannot find anything on the accident, and it's been eating me up. I mapped my route and traced the exit that I thought I took. The only plausible exit that I took doesn't seem to connect or turn back around to my home in any way. It does, however, provide an alternate route to work. I haven't been back to the exit where the accident happened. I want to investigate it to see if I can see any sign of wreckage. For example, fluid stains on the road, bits of car with matching color, etc. I have somewhat of an eidetic memory, I guess, photographic memory. Usually I can recall very specific information about an event. What someone is wearing, color of their coffee mug, etc. Things that other people usually just disregard as unimportant. That's why this part is really frustrating to me, because for the first time in my life, I cannot remember any details about the interaction with my wife. My wife is my rock, and she has been very supportive throughout this experience. I try to remember specific details about our interaction, but cannot seem to pick out any specific details like I usually would. She works the night shift as an NICU nurse, and it was her day off, so her schedule was all over the place, and thought for sure she would be sleeping when I got home, but she was awake, that I remember. The key fobs are a mystery as well, but for safe measure, I went out in the driveway and ran a test to make sure that the car would not start if I had the wrong keys, because I've heard of such things being possible with certain cars, but no luck. It didn't start. I switched cars and tested vice versa, and nothing. The only plausible explanation here is that I may have grabbed her keys from her purse after getting home unexpectedly, and then I just drove my car to work. But this doesn't explain her keys being in my work pants from the day before. She found them there before I returned home. So far I'm rationalizing it as some kind of false memory or perhaps a lucid daydream, or some sort of paracosm of disassociation, which doesn't necessarily make me feel any better. Case file number 1830, written by Anonymous. A sticker, Midnight Revelations, and a Washer's Secret. This happened right before New Year's Day, 2023-2024. Just a tiny note before I begin. I've never done any substances. I hadn't even had a sip of alcohol on New Year's Eve, and I am 100% mentally sound. So not a psychotic break or anything like that. I am a very rational person and studied psychology in college. I have always found a logical explanation for things in the past. I am the biggest skeptic you'll ever meet. But after I experienced this, I have no explanations. Here's the story. It was New Year's Eve, and I was messing around with my washer all day because for the first time ever, I bought it brand new, owned it for 2 years. My washer was giving me problems on that day. The comforter I'd put in it was too heavy, and it kept running error codes because of it being unbalanced, safety feature. So it kept shutting down and turning off. I ran it 3 times that day and checked it on and off all throughout the day. I even at one point sat down and recorded a funny video to send to my sister saying, "I'm literally going to sit in front of it and watch it till it finishes a cycle because it's not working." Another thing to note, I have a very good memory when it comes to visual things. Not a photographic memory, but I am very hyper aware of details and always pay attention to my surroundings. I know how my washer looks. It's a newer one with a stackable dryer attached on top. The brand is LG. It's known for looking aesthetically pleasing. It's black and white, and I am very OCD, so I constantly admire how nice it looks. It's one of the only things I've ever bought brand new. I clean it once a week and wipe it down. The point of all this is that I know what it looks like for a fact. I am very familiar with what I'm trying to say. You know how we go through life and sometimes we don't fully memorize something because you're just so used to seeing it? However, if something changes, your eye instantly catches it because your brain recognizes it's off. That it's not what it's used to. This is exactly what happened. I was playing video games with my friends, and midnight struck and we all celebrated the new year together via the online game. But it was time to get off and go to bed. So it was a couple minutes after New Year's Eve, now January 1st, 2024. And I go to check the washer to see if it worked yet again, to finally switch it over. I open the closet to my washer, and my eyes were instantly drawn to an obnoxious, very noticeable green and orange sticker right below where you put the detergent. Something I would have noticed. Not a neutral tiny sticker in the upper right corner or something I could have easily missed. It's a spot where I wipe every week. A spot I would have noticed when putting detergent in. A sticker that's very ugly. It ruins the entire pretty aesthetic look of it. I would have removed it the second I got the washer. In fact, when I look at the sticker, I actually do have a memory of removing it and throwing it away when I first got the washer. I understand the false memory. This is what happens during the Mandela effect. You think you remember something, but it's really just your brain filling in information because you never actually fully pay attention to a logo or a set object. But this is so different. My washer was blatantly and purposefully black and white and plain because that's what I like. I made it like that on purpose. It's the whole reason I bought it in the first place. I'm very specific about that. What are the odds that one day I'm messing around with it? I'm really looking at it. If anything, wouldn't I have noticed it then? Taking videos, etc.? The second the new year hits, I open my closet door and my eyes are instantly drawn to it, and I said, that was not there before. I took a look at the videos I sent to my sister that day, and where the sticker would be. It's just out of frame, of course, so I can't see it if it were to have been there. I've told everyone in my life about it, and they all think I'm crazy. I could bet my life that sticker was not there. When I look at where the sticker was, it makes my head physically hurt. I have since removed the sticker and thrown it out, and now looking at my washer, it looks right again. Case file number 1831, written by King Coke Boy. A bracelet's illusion that I can't get past. Earlier today, I was getting dressed in my bathroom and was wearing one of those beaded bracelets on my right wrist. I went to put my hair pomade in my hair, so I grabbed a glob of pomade, rubbed my hands together quickly, and I heard a snap, felt beads fall off my wrist, and looked down to see a quick glimpse of beads spreading out. I felt like I must have broken the bracelet I was wearing, and was really annoyed since it was loud and I heard the clicking of beads hitting the bathroom floor. I swear I saw the glimpse of beads spreading everywhere. Then I looked up at the mirror at myself like, oh damn it. My eyes were off the floor for 1 second. I dropped down to grab the beads, but suddenly couldn't see them on the floor. I felt like my wrist was naked, but then I looked at it and the bracelet was still on. I grabbed it, stretched it, took it off, put it back on. Everything looked normal. Same beads, same everything. But I know what I felt, heard, and saw. Hopefully you guys know what I mean. When you feel something break, like I felt the release of my wrist. It was very strange. I'm just confused and no, it can't be any other bracelets or beads. I have one bracelet like that, nothing else. Case file number 1832, written by Kate Monster 89, The power of knowing without a clue. When I was a kid, I sometimes just knew things. I remember driving home with my mom and sister, and when we turned the corner onto our street, I told my mom that her friend, Anne, was at our house. My street curved and we weren't in view of our house at the other end yet. I just knew she was there. My mom disagreed with me and said Anne wasn't coming over today. But I was just dead set on the fact that she was there. When we got closer, we could start to see our house. Sure enough, Anne's car was parked out front. She showed up unannounced. My father was not too happy about that, and decided to wait for a while until we arrived home, about 30 minutes or so. This was well before the days of cell phones in everyone's pockets, so he had no way to tell my mom before we got home. Another time, I was able to explain to my mom in detail what our classroom looked like. She taught English at a court reporting school. I had never been there. She was looking for something in the house, and I told her where it was in her classroom. I had been there in a dream, flying like Superman from a parking lot, through the school, and into her classroom. I told her where the posters were, that there was a small bookcase in the hallway, where she would park, and the layout of her desk, everything. When she went to work that night, the missing item was exactly where I told her it was. I was in elementary school, and this was the early 90s, so again, no cell phones, no selfie photos from her classroom, etc. I just knew. I also used to get a really strong feeling before we had earthquakes. There was a time in middle school when we had a 3+. My school was right next to a fault line, and I was under my desk ducking and covering seconds before everyone else. The alarm at school hadn't even gone off yet. And one last random thing related to the earthquakes. I once had a weird hallucination that there was earthquake damage in my house. I woke up facing my bedroom wall and saw a huge crack running from the ceiling to the floor. I rolled over in a panic to see my dresser broken. A front leg had broken off and tipped forward, with all my stuff scattered on the ground and drawers open. I sat up, rubbed my eyes, and blinked a bunch. It looked the same. I started to freak out, thinking I slept through a big-as-hell earthquake, and my family forgot about me or something. I shared a room with my sister, and she wasn't there. Or that I was just crazy. Surely I would have heard or felt something that would cause that much damage. Pulled the covers over my head and closed my eyes as tight as I could for a few seconds. When I peeked out again, everything was normal. Nothing was broken, no crack in the wall, items were where they belonged. It was incredibly weird. Plus, add in that I'm a twin, and my sister and I used to do that twin thing even though we were insanely different people. We would be in different classes and know the other was upset or angry. We would accidentally dress alike when coming from different cities to meet up, etc. Good times. Case file number 1833, written by Crazy Black Cat Lady. When tape disappears and the cry rings clear. A couple years ago, my dad stayed the night at our house. Our spare room at the time had internet equipment in it, and when I was setting up the room, I put black electrical tape over the flashing lights, as they were quite obnoxious in the small room in the dark. A while later, when he was ready to go to bed, I walked in, and there was no tape. I freaked out, and my dad and husband thought I was losing my mind, pregnant and sleep-deprived. I laid in bed questioning a lot of things that night, and then, terrified that my mind was going, fast forward to the next one. We all get up sitting in the living room. My husband goes to check something out of curiosity and comes back, white as a ghost. There was the tape, slightly dusty from our slightly dusty floors, as if it had been there all night. My dad, who was very level-headed, couldn't even write it off, and just brushed it off like we were done talking about it. Fast forward to tonight. I have 2 toddlers, and after dinner, I am exhausted and go to lay down in our bedroom. I am in one of those sleep trances, dozing off, where you're not fully asleep, so you can hear what's going on around you. my husband came back and asked me through the door if I needed a hug. Door was locked to keep the toddlers out. I remember being slightly annoyed and finding it a little off that he woke me up to ask me that. Told him I was fine, just tired, and dozed back off. Fast forward about an hour and he's back at the door, waking me up, asking if I got his text messages, multiple of them, saying I didn't want to talk about what was wrong, that I didn't have to, but he was here to support me with lots of love emojis and gifts. Now I'm confused and he's looking terrified and freaked out, and swears that he heard me crying from the bedroom, from behind the door. He said it was very distinctly my cry, and he thought something was bothering me, that I was keeping it from him. It took me a full half an hour to convince him that I was not crying, to my knowledge. And typically, if I'm crying in my sleep, I will wake up crying. It took me 30 minutes of hardcore convincing him that I was not crying and nothing was wrong, before I think he started to believe me. Now I am definitely awake and we are both freaked out, wondering if it's this house or an entity or what he heard. All I can think is this is how every horror movie starts, and I'm slightly terrified for safety. Would you like my weekly and monthly compilations completely ad-free? If so, check out the link in the description to my Patreon, where for $3 a month, you can get them all completely ad-free. Case file number 1834, written by Mushi Mushi Mushi, Floating Orbs, Hidden Creek Beds, and Ancient Legends. I used to mess around with a friend who had a ranch when I was back in high school, the back part of which was 100 acres of thick brush and rocky ground. To get to it, you had to descend a 150-foot cliff and cross a typically dry creek bed at its base. The Native Americans supposedly used to run buffalo off the edge. The creek bed also serves as a route for poachers, trespassers, and the odd runaway livestock, as any attempt to build a fence across it is inevitably foiled when the next flash flood blows everything out. Although, those same floods would shift the gravel beds and debris to expose fossils in the caliche bedrock that we'd kick out of the ground with our boots when we got bored. The creek path also runs right into the military base next door, where it's rumored the CIA stockpiled weapons for the Bay of Pigs invasion. So one summer, the two of us and another buddy were hunting around in the back, till around 2 in the morning. It was almost a new moon, so it was especially dark. We'd been unsuccessful thus far, and we were walking back to the car parked by the cliffs, without any lights on, so as to not spook something we'd otherwise shoot. As we broke the tree line and the canyon wall came into dim view, my buddy at the front of the line whispered about something strange I couldn't make out. Looking up, I saw what at first seemed like headlights roiling behind the trees along the ridge downstream, but almost just as quickly realized it couldn't be a car as there was only one point of light, and at that distance I should have heard something. The friend in front of me then said, "I don't like that," which I took to mean it might be the poacher the landowner had been finding signs of the past few weeks, walking along the cliffside with a spotlight, before finally realizing that I was out of the loop, because whatever I was looking at was actually 100 feet off the edge of the cliff, floating in mid-air, practically in the middle of the canyon, and much closer than I thought. What I had mistaken for light passing between trees was actually the light irregularly pulsing on and off as it drifted past us in complete silence up the canyon. Reminds me almost of a lightning bug when it is not some 6 inches in diameter, and its flashes are bright enough to illuminate the canyon walls. Sometimes it went so long between brightening up, we thought it had disappeared, before it would appear yet again further down the canyon, slowly making its way somewhere before eventually disappearing around the bend. The three of us were all very familiar with the sort of things one finds in the woods late at night, but not the least bit superstitious. But we watched that thing drift by us for 10 minutes, coming within 100 yards of each other, and not one of us had a freaking clue what it was. We didn't talk about it again after that night. Case file number 1835, written by Gullex, a stump, a drumstick, and a man in old clothes. Not me, but my late father. He was scouting for deer hunting spots on private land in the Lake Rathbun area of southern Iowa. He'd received permission from the landowner to hunt on these grounds, and was informed he was the only one with such permission. In the middle of a bright sunny day, he sat down on a stump in the middle of a clearing to eat his lunch of cold fried chicken. At that moment, he saw a man approach wearing old-timey clothing, including overalls and a wide-brimmed felt hat. He could not see the man's face. As the man walked by, my father said to him, "Hey, do you have permission to be here?" The man ignored him and kept walking. My father shouted, "Hey, do you have permission to be here?" And the man still ignored him. My father, ever the hothead, threw his chicken drumstick at the man, which landed in the grass on the other side. Dad just figured he missed, and he stood up and went after the guy. The man rounded a large oak tree ahead, and when Dad got there, the man was gone. Dad looked on every side of the tree, up all directions, nowhere. The guy had just vanished. Walking back to his lunch, crunching through the dry leaves and twigs, it occurred to my father that this man made no sound as he passed by. Dad did not tell tall tales. Dad did not drink or do drugs, had no history of mental illness, and was reluctant to repeat his story because he knew what people would think. He never used the word ghost in telling the story and never believed in them, but he insists this happened to him and never could explain it. Case file number 1836, written by Wiglayer, Echoes of an Ancient Night. When I was 25, I was staying with my auntie and uncle in a village they lived in called Bromswell, in rural Suffolk, which is a county in the east of England. They lived just up the road from Sutton Hoo, which is an Anglo-Saxon burial site consisting of numerous burial mounds. One of the kings of the ancient Anglo-Saxon kingdom of East Anglia was buried there. The village is also next to Rendlesham, where people claim to have seen UFOs. At about 1 a.m., I decided to go into the garden for a cigarette. I didn't turn the outside light on as I didn't want to wake anyone up. It was pitch black outside, so much so that I could barely see my hand in front of me. I started to hear what sounded like a horse galloping in the distance. I assumed it was one of the neighbors' horses, but the neighbors who did own horses lived 2 properties away, so it would have been weird for me to have heard them from this distance. The galloping got closer and closer, to the point where I could hear it directly in front of me. I couldn't see anything because of how dark it was, but if I had remained standing in the same position, I would have been trampled. I ran back inside, shut the door behind me, and switched on the outside light. There was nothing outside, no horse or animal of any kind. It was completely quiet again. I briefly wondered if I had just come into contact with the ghost of an Anglo-Saxon warrior from Sutton Hoo. There was another night where I heard scratching on the walls outside of the bedroom I was staying in. I told my cousin at a later point, and she said she experienced the same thing in that room, but she thought it was rabbits trying to burrow under the house. Case file number 1837, written by The Curious Atom, A Siren's Wail in the Silent Place. In 2019, my best friend and I were going through an urban exploring phase. We love the architecture and history, just exploring the different things left in those buildings. It wasn't about ghosts at all, since most of those places have kind, homeless people squatting there anyways. We spent the day at a massive 150-year-old psychiatric hospital. As we were driving home at around 3 p.m., we decided to look for another place along the route. We found a Catholic boys' prep school that had been left since the 60s. It shut down because a boy tragically fell from the second-story balcony. But it had always been a mystery because his body was found so far from the building that it was physically impossible to fall or even be pushed such a distance. The school was located at a public park. It was double fenced off. It was a bright sunny day. We managed to make holes big enough for us to slide under the fences, go through a tiny hole in the basement, and from under the basement we found another hole, leading us under the stage of the school theater and gymnasium. This was 2019, mind you. The interior was remarkably untouched, as if they had just abandoned the school 3 months ago. In most abandoned places, people steal copper, spray graffiti, and break glass. There was always signs of other urban explorers, but in this case, it was like a time capsule. Writing on the chalkboards, old lesson plans with old-timey cursive handwriting. The interior was still clean and beautiful. When we arrived on the second floor, oh boy, let me tell you, the loudest alarm turned on, like those war sirens from World War II. It was incredibly old school. It was deafening. My best friend and I ran out of there immediately, downstairs and through that tiny basement hole. We thought the police were notified and the alarm would sound through the entire park. The moment we got out of the building, silence. We looked out at the playground a bit further from us and families were playing with no reaction. There was never any alarm. Case file number 1838, written by Their Mystics. The loofah was used and my mind abused. I went on a trip this weekend. I brought my shampoo, conditioner, body wash, and loofah. I know this because I used them while away. The loofah was wet and smelled like my body wash, so I hung it up in the shower to dry. I remember carrying my body wash back to my room, was an Airbnb, but couldn't find it the next morning. I was so tired that evening, I could have accidentally missed it and mistakenly thought I had carried it back when I had accidentally left it in the bathroom. So I thought someone took it and I messed up by leaving it in there. It is replaceable, so not a huge deal. I remember using the loofah with my body wash in the Airbnb. I remember struggling to carry my body wash with the shampoo, conditioner, and loofah to the bathroom, so I had to make 2 trips. I remember unpacking these items. I remember packing these items before I left. When I returned home from my trip, my body wash was in my bathroom. Only explanation is that I had 2 and didn't realize it, and someone did take it. But I didn't have 2. It was new, and the first time I'd ever gotten that scent in the body wash. I clearly used it, as the loofah, also new, was wet and smelled like the body wash in question. I had to shave, so I definitely used it, and I smelled great afterwards. Would never use my shampoo, and would have used my face wash, which is unscented, instead. This is very odd. Case file number 1839, written by Pajamas Pancakes, of fake IDs, unexpected connections, and the party keg. I have had several unexplained stories that have happened to me, but this one is pretty good. When I was 19, I was going to school at the University of Minnesota and lived with 5 other girls. One of the girls had a birthday coming up, and we decided we wanted to throw a party at our house. Another girl in the house and I had fake IDs, so we decided we should probably get a couple kegs. At the time, I was super paranoid about getting caught drinking underage. I had already gotten in trouble with the cops before and was worried about my record would impact my future. Those fears certainly didn't get in the way of me enjoying a good party though. Well, there were always rumors circulating, but at the time, there were rumors that the cops were visiting nearby liquor stores to figure out who was buying kegs and would then bust those parties and give everyone citations. So because we were super smart, we decided to drive to nearby Wisconsin and buy kegs from a liquor store just across the state line. Well, when you buy kegs, you have to put down a deposit that you will get back once you return the keg and the tap. They took all the info off my fake ID, then asked for my phone number. I gave the first 6 digits of my actual phone number, but gave 4 completely random digits for the last 4 numbers. We got the kegs home, had the party, and everything was a success. Well, fast forward almost a year later, the empty kegs and the tap were still at the house, because I was the one who actually got the kegs. I didn't put money down for a deposit, and I had a fake ID anyway, with different information, so I didn't make it a priority to return them. Well, I randomly get a call from one of my best friends from high school. She asked me why I use her mom's cell phone number to buy alcohol. Not making the connection right away, I was so incredibly confused. Then I realized what had happened. The random 4 digits I gave to the liquor store was to the number of one of my best friend's moms. I didn't know what her number was and had never even seen it before. The chances are literally 1 in 10,000 for me to have picked her exact number, not to mention matching the first 6 digits. We laughed about it, but I still cannot believe what happened. The freaking odds. Case notes are file 1840, written by Yikes Flying Bikes. An oyster, £6, and a free ride. I was leaving work and realized I'd forgotten to renew the bus pass on my Oyster card at lunchtime. For context, with a TfL, Transport for London, Oyster card, you can either top up credit in amounts of your choosing or purchase and add travel cards for train travel or bus passes to save money if you commute daily. I have the Oyster card app on my phone, so you can just renew your bus pass on it, but it takes 30 minutes to activate after you purchased it. I didn't want to wait 30 minutes before I could get on a bus home. The app showed the balance was only 75 pence, not enough to cover a bus ride. For further context, bus travel in London costs £1.75 for every bus you get within an hour, and the daily cap is £5.25. As I pondered on what to do, right in front of my eyes, the balance on my phone screen changed to £6 out of nowhere. My 2 work colleagues who were walking with me saw it too. I couldn't figure out what had happened or how the extra credit had appeared. I hadn't topped up my Oyster card. I got on 2 buses home on my Oyster card with no problem, and the balance still showing as £6 on the phone app. I got to the last interchanging bus stop on my journey. It's a 10-minute walk to my house from there, but if a bus is approaching, I tend to ride it because it's only a 2 minutes ride to my house. Lo and behold, a bus approached. I checked the balance on the app before boarding, still £6. I tapped my Oyster card on the reader on the bus, but that time it didn't work. The driver said, "There's no money on it. Use your bank card to tap in, it's all the same money." Au contraire, I showed him the £6 balance in my app, which the driver also saw and acknowledged. I also pointed out it's not the same money if credit is on the Oyster card, but if I were to use my bank card, I'd be losing extra money and paying outside of my budget. In response, the driver kept telling me to try tapping the Oyster card again, but it still didn't work. A passenger, who must have recognized me from catching this bus before, said, "Just tell him you're only going a couple of stops." The driver let me stay on the bus in the end. As soon as he let me stay on, and I turned to find a seat, the £6 disappeared from the screen on my Oyster app, as though it had never been there. I had traveled home for free, thanks to a non-existent £6 on my phone app, which appeared and disappeared at the exact right moments. I can't find an explanation for this. Glitch in the technology? Perhaps, but what about the perfect timing? Quite possibly a glitch in the matrix. Case file number 1841, written by Lizzie Ann 68. Stone steps, floating feats, and invisible forces. When I was 22 years old, I once stupidly and accidentally walked straight off the top step of a steep stone staircase and did not suffer the expected painful outcome. Instead, I hovered in midair like fricking Willy E. Coyote, just long enough to realize what I'd done. Then, before I could blink or brace myself, an invisible something grabbed me up under my elbows. I was carrying a dishpan full of stuff, which is why I missed the step in the first place, and ever so gently floated me to the ground. I was set upon my feet and came to, about 10 feet to the right of the bottom of the stairs. I turned around, dishpan full of dishes undisturbed, and stared open-mouthed at the steps I should have by all rights been lying at the bottom of, bloodied and broken. I have no witnesses to corroborate my story, as I was working by myself at the time. It was summer camp, the week before campers arrived. I was preparing supplies for my own program at an outbuilding setback in the woods, a quarter-mile walk from the main building and mess hall. At the time, I figured I'd been rescued by my guardian angels. It was a Christian summer camp. But now, years later, with more life experience and a bigger worldview, I'm even more puzzled. Did I have a glitch in the matrix moment? A quantum immortality event? I have no idea. It remains the one moment of my life that can't be explained by any other phenomenon. Case file number 1842, written by Horsefield 65. Dreams, Missing Reeds, and Unexpected Darkness. I was reading a copy of Philip K. Dick's Scanner Darkly while commuting on a bus in North London. I was quite tired and drifted off with wild, vivid dreams. When I woke up, I was a few stops out from my stop, but the novel had literally disappeared. I thought that someone had lifted it, but no one was near me, and there was no sign of the book on the floor. I asked the lady a few seats down if she had seen a book on the floor, or if someone had taken it off me, but she said no one had been near me. I'd say that my tired mind or the heavy themes of the novel were in my head, which added to my paranoid thinking. So either she had lifted it, I had dropped it and it went to the front of the bus and down the stairs. No sign of it downstairs either. Or finally, the copy of the book was a figment of my imagination. I've had a second incident while visiting Velis, where the novel started to synchronize with my surroundings. As I was reading the novel, a section regarding a flight, the novel was following exactly what was happening around me. I can't remember the text exactly, except that it was describing the sights and sounds around me, then ended with a line where everything went black and dark. At that exact point, the cabin lights went out, and I was spooked. Again, this could be explained by the fact that all flights generally follow a similar pre-flight process, but the sounds and images in the novel were all perfectly timed. However, it still gave me a chill. I feel like his more serious works do really play with your interpretation of the reality around you. I have never had any other issue or strange experience. Case file number 1843, written by Hamburger Trash. Grief, Music, and Jimmy Buffet. My dad died on New Year's Eve 2018-2019. I decided to set up his old stereo system in my apartment to honor him and help me grieve. He liked hi-fi systems. I just wanted to set up one of his receivers and a 5-disc CD changer that we used to have at our cabin. Important to note, we sold the cabin a few months before his death and emptied all media devices deliberately. We stored CDs, DVDs, and VHS tapes at my mom's house. One CD, Songs You Know by Heart by Jimmy Buffet, was deliberately earmarked as one of the CDs that I was going to eventually bring home for myself. I double-checked to make sure every disc was removed from the disc changer before boxing it up. My wife was standing there with me when I did it and can corroborate this. New Year's Eve morning, I got the call to come down to the nursing home because my dad had died. My wife and I got on the road, and while driving there, I explained my plan to get the stereo system set up in our apartment. My dad also loved country music, Merle, Willie, Alan Jackson, etc., and of course Jimmy Buffet. I very directly and clearly said to my wife, under a wave of emotion and wailing and crying, "You know the first thing I'm gonna play? Jimmy Buffet." And I started crying again. The whole time, I had imagined the song being Cheeseburger in Paradise because it reminds me of him. It's fun and lighthearted, just like he was. After we left the nursing home, my wife and I went to my mom's. And I decided to dive into the large collection of junk in the basement and grab some speakers, the receiver, and the CD changer. As we're driving home, I say to my wife, "Well, I forgot to grab any CDs, so I'm not sure how I'll even test the system out when I get it set up. I didn't have anything to play on the system whatsoever. Not a single CD in my apartment at the time, since they were all still at my mom's. I get home with all the equipment at like 1 a.m. and start putting it together and into place in the living room. I figure that I'll just set it up and get a CD the next day, but I wanted to have the system set up at least. I plug in the CD changer, turn it on, open the tray, see that there are no discs inside, as expected. I close the changer, and after it went back into its housing, it automatically cycled the discs, looking for one to play. I heard a sound in the unit, like a disc plopping into place, and then it registers that there is now a CD in the changer, and the CD started to autoplay. What song plays? Cheeseburger in Paradise. I lost my crap and started bawling uncontrollably. My wife thought I got hurt or something. It turns out that my dad owned 2 copies of Songs You Know by heart, and one of them was now in the CD changer. The first track on this album is Cheeseburger in Paradise. That was my dad without a doubt, supplying me with the Jimmy Buffet that I needed to test out his stereo equipment. Case file number 1844, written by Mental Tulmut. Unexpected round, confusing scoreboard, and a glitch in time. My daughter, 14, had her first volleyball game today. The first round, the opposing team won. The second round, my daughter's team won and they tied, or so I, 40 female, thought. Halfway through round 3, my other daughter, 12, who accompanied me to her sister's game, asked me what round we are in. I tell her we are in round 3. She looks at the scoreboard and tells me that the board says round 2. What the hell? It does say round 2. The fact she even asked me when she knew what the board meant is baffling to me. Like she experienced something weird too, but she denies it. She says, "It ain't that deep, Mom," which is what she usually says when she avoids talking about something uncomfortable for her. Anyway, I distinctly remember round 2 happening. It was memorable because it meant we were tied. Another thing is the way the scoreboard works. The board operator has to manually turn back the numbers on the control board to reset the score for a new round. So on the board on the wall, you will see the numbers turn back down 25, 24, etc. back to 0. I remember watching that happen. I remember everyone cheering and the girls congregating around their coaches, waiting for the third round for the tiebreaker. But it couldn't have happened. We were in round 2. We did win the second round both times that I experienced it. I either saw the future, experienced a glitch in the matrix, or I'm as crazy as my 14-year-old suggested. Case file number 1845, written by Lauber 6, A Quest of Graves, Frustrations, and Historical Mysteries. I'd been trying to add pics of my ancestors' graves to my family tree. But many of the old headstones from those days are so worn that it's nearly impossible to get a pic unless the light is just right. I ended up coming back to the same cemeteries a lot and got very comfortable working in them, carefully cleaning and caring for the many neglected graves. One late afternoon when the sun was peeking out between the clouds, I could finally see enough of my ancestor's grave to get a decent picture. Also, for the first time ever, I could see some identifying info on the grave to his right. So I made a mental note to get that pic too, so that person wouldn't be lost to history. The clouds were messing with my lighting, so it took a while to get the pic I came for. During this process, I suddenly got irritated, turned to the grave on his right, and barked out loud. I said I'd be right there. Of course they skipped you. Nobody's been able to read your grave for decades. It was a few seconds before I realized what I did, and after checking to see if anyone else could have heard that, I took the pics I wanted and quickly left, and I went straight to the Historical Society and got the rest of that guy's info using the burial log. I started to add him on Find a Grave, but he and generations of his family were already there. However, instead of a picture of his 1866 grave, some lazy potato substituted a very modern half-buried, and therefore nameless, grave from a nearby town. So I added the correct grave pick and a snapshot of the burial log to his site. In my head, I know it was my guilty subconscious, getting irritated with the length of time it took to get the pick, because it was probably this guy's only chance to ever be documented. That being said, I haven't ever gone back to that cemetery, and I don't want to. Case file number 1846, written by Midi Says. A moment of choices, chills, and forgotten floors. We were on a class trip to a local attraction, and were given some free time to roam about, but we had to travel in pairs. My friend and I finished exploring the attraction with time to spare. She mentioned that she was a little hungry, so she suggested we head to the underground train station, just a short walk from where we were, where there were those little convenience stores to grab a snack. When heading towards the main entrance, where there were escalators to bring us down, we chanced upon a small entrance with just stairs and were just like, yeah, let's just take the stairs, why not? We were still chatting and laughing at this point, until we realized that we'd been going down at least 6 flights of stairs so far. That would mean 3 levels down, and we're still not at the station. We started feeling a little panicky, but continued anyway. Maybe they were just smaller flights of stairs, meaning we needed more flights per level? Or maybe the train station is really deep, I don't know. Another 4 flights later, my friend was freaking out and refused to continue. I told her I'd go down 1 more and check out if we reached something. If not, we should just go back up. I did that 1 flight of stairs and looked over the corner, but it was just more stairs. So I went back up and told her. And the next thing you know, we're sprinting back up the stairs. But this time, I swear, we only ran up 2 flights and we're back on ground level where we came from. I can't explain at all what happened. We still talk about this incident now and then. We've even talked about how on different occasions, we've seen people using that small side entrance. But I just really have no idea what happened. Case file number 1847. Written by What's Up, Sassy Squatch? Woods, Whispers, and Unwanted Memories. In the Shenandoah National Park, my husband and I stayed at the Corbin cabin. Getting to the place required a 3-mile hike down a remote, steep, and winding trail interrupted by the occasional stream or two, which concluded with the 100-year-old rustic cabin. Husband and I unpacked, settled in, and sat back to relax and enjoy the quiet. I rested on the floor. Suddenly, I found my body curled into a birthing position, and a sudden sense of lethargy washed over me. I began to sweat and slip in and out of consciousness. Whenever I tried to move, it was like there was an invisible weight holding me down by my head, hands, and feet. Wordless whispers raced through my mind. What appeared to be black smoke seeped through the gaps in the wooden planks. Suddenly, relief. Terrified, I jumped right up and into my worried husband's arms. That evening, it began to snow, and we saw a blonde, long-haired woman walking barefoot through the woods. The next day, we returned home and discovered that the man who built the cabin was evicted by the National Park Service. Had a wife who died inside the cabin of childbirth. Obviously, we didn't know this going in, but the coincidence and my momentary lapse in free will unsettles me to this day. Case file number 1848, written by Dark Ademi 4. The Diet, Sweet Treats, and Clone Biscuits. A month I did some grocery shopping with my sister and my father. We were on a diet, but on Sunday, we could eat anything sweet. And I chose a biscuit type that is expensive here. The little packs are like €3, and the normal pack size is €6. The only time we bought it was when I was 7, and I'm now 24, so we never had it in our home before. We returned home, and I was putting the things in their places. I found my pack of biscuits and I put it away. Then I reached for the grocery bag and I found it again. I double-checked because sometimes I do things spacing out, thinking about other things, so I thought that maybe I put away something that looked like it, but not that I had 2 packs of biscuits. They had the same expiration date, and even a little black spot on it, I don't know from what. They were the same, like they were cloned. I was shocked for a second, but then I remembered that even my sister took a snack, so maybe she took the same as mine. But I asked her, and she told me that she bought muffins instead. So I ran to check the receipt, and it wasn't there. So I started looking if the cashiers didn't count it, or I don't know, and we summed up all the prices in the receipts, and it gave the same number that my father had in his bank account. My dad paid with his card, so we didn't buy anything more. It's not a promotion like buy one get two. The people here are too greedy to do that. Especially because I would have remembered and actually bought 2. Even if one was free, they always put it on the receipt. The last thing we had to control was the grocery store app, because when we do the grocery, they give us points, and after a total of points, they give us something for free. But I remember that day there were eggs for free, because when the cashier checked all the food out, she told us, "You have the eggs for free if you want them." And my father ran to get them. In this economy, everything free is accepted. So when we checked it, it was actually the eggs. It wasn't even the weirdest thing, because when I opened one, I found that there was a weird shaped biscuit, and I laughed at it, then I ate it. When I finished a pack, guys, it was a small pack, and I always shared them with my little brother, my father, and sister. She shared with me the muffins, don't worry. So this is why they're gone in less than a week, okay? When I opened the other pack, I found the same shaped biscuit. I was like, are you kidding? I just thought it was a coincidence, honestly. I told this story to a friend and she didn't believe me and thought I was crazy. But my father and my sister were there and they were as confused as me. And no, it wouldn't have been a mistake, because if you see 2 packs of biscuits, the cashier would have seen it and we would have too. But honestly, I don't care because double treat for me. Hell yeah. Case file number 1849, written by Fried Arfin. Snowstorms, Oldsmobiles, and mysterious mechanics. I grew up in a small town in Wyoming. My grandparents were snowbirds who spent winters in Phoenix and summers in Jackson Hole. They had a great place whose backyard was essentially the Tetons. We would usually do Thanksgiving in Jackson, as it was the last holiday before my grandparents left for the warmer weather and for skiing. Because Yellowstone closed for the winter, you'd have to go a long way around. One year, we climbed onto the Oldsmobile diesel station wagon, you know, the one with the bomber seats in the back, and headed out. Halfway through the journey, we ended up in a blizzard of epic proportions. Unbeknownst to my parents, they had closed the highway we were on after we passed through. Living in Wyoming, you kinda get used to these storms, and my old man was used to driving in this sort of weather. That is, until the Oldsmobile ran into mechanical difficulties. I can't remember if it was too cold for diesel or if there was some other mechanical issue, but we were stuck on the side of a road in the middle of a blizzard and the temperature was dropping. This was before cell phones, and we were probably the last car to even consider driving on to Jackson, so even my parents were pretty sure it was going to be a rough night. Even though my dad grew up on a farm, he was a dentist and not very mechanically inclined. He probably had no idea what to do. However, they kept my sister and I entertained and bundled up while they were stressing about how we were going to survive the night. Out of nowhere, this big semi emerges from the whiteout and pulls over behind us. I still remember the headlights popping up behind us and the immense relief my parents felt. My dad gets out and talks to the driver and finds out that he is a diesel mechanic. They popped the hood and the guy began messing around in the engine. The Oldsmobile eventually started and he followed us all the way into Jackson to make sure we made it safely. My dad tried to pay him and he would have none of it. My mom swears that he was an angel sent to save our soon-to-be popsicle butts. Case file number 1850, written by Only For Luna. A sister, déjà vu, and conversation. I was out for dinner with my family, Me and my siblings were waiting for my mom outside the diner after our meal. I saw my sister look straight at me and say, "Why don't you help her tie it?" In response, I turned to my mom, who was walking towards us, and said, "Mom, your shoelace." I had already noted that her shoelace was fine, and I had said it in a joking manner. But then I heard my sister say, "Why don't you help her tie it?" Again, which confused me because she had just said that like 3 seconds prior. I told my sister that the reason why I had joked that my mom's shoelace was untied was because she had just said that particular line 3 seconds ago. She insisted that she never said anything earlier and wasn't even looking at me before my mom walked out of the diner. Siblings also said that nobody was saying anything at that time. I've been scouring the web for answers because this incident has been gnawing at my mind forever. This isn't déjà vu because my actions were in response to what was said rather than a feeling that I've experienced that situation before. I read that my brain might have altered the sequence of events, but I'm ruling that out too because I wouldn't have even mentioned my mom's shoelace had I not heard my sister say that. Case file number 1851, written by Singing Brunette. The story of roads, rehearsals, and time gone awry. I do professional acting and singing in my spare time. I was hired to be in a show and rehearsals started at 6:30 p.m. at that night. It was not daylight savings or anything around there that would change the time or make it so I had clocks set wrong in my house. I would set alarms for when to leave my house at 5:30, 5:40, and it would take me 20 minutes to get to the rehearsal space by car. I like being early, so I can fill my water bottle, go over my script and singing, practice any dancing I need to. I left at 5:30, and I distinctly remember looking at my phone and car clock, seeing the time, and thinking I had all the time in the world to get to the rehearsal space. Maybe even get a coffee on the way. I started warming up my singing on the drive over, as I always do, so that I would be ready to sing for a rehearsal. I use my recorded voice lessons to warm up with, as it helps me target and iron out specific problem areas in my current vocal technique. I started driving and was about 10 minutes into my warm-up. I know it was only 10 minutes because I sang along with the pre-recorded material, and it shows the time progression, and about 10-15 from the theater, I happened to glance at my car dash clock again, and it says 6:40. I panic and check my phone while driving, I know, and my phone confirms it's 6:40. I panic more because I'm now 10 minutes late to rehearsal. Anyone who's done theater knows that punctuality, or the lack thereof, can make or break a theater reputation, and this was quite a prestigious theater. I also panicked because in the 10 minutes I'd been driving, I had somehow skipped forward in time. I texted my stage manager, apologized, and made up that I had been pulled over by a cop on the way and would be there shortly. They were all good with it, and it ended up being a non-issue. But I still, to this day, cannot figure out how I left my house at 5:30, drove for 10 minutes, and went only 10 minutes worth of physical distance with no issues or delays through standard city roads, but jumped an hour and 10 minutes forward into time. Twilight Zone crap right there. Case file number 1852, written by Sonic Boom 1. A night of fear, primal dread, and an immediate peace. About a year and a half ago, I was up late at night in a Discord call with my girlfriend, where I decided to just pull an all-nighter and sleep after class that day was done. I had gotten up pretty late the day before, so I wasn't dying or anything, and was feeling alright. We were just messing around and talking about random stuff. I had about 20 or so minutes until I had to leave, and I just randomly decided to look out my open doorway. For context, I live in a room downstairs, literal basement dweller, that has no door and a half wall. So it makes like a kind of countertop, but a curtain covers it now. So I'm downstairs in the dark, and looking out onto the semi-dark main basement floor. I began to just get the sense of unimaginable fear and dread, like nothing I've, thankfully, ever before or since felt. Just this raw, primal fear washed over me. I was afraid to get out of my bed and just had one thought over and over, which was, something is here and it wants to hurt me. Eventually, I got the courage to get up. I checked every single roll in the house while holding a knife just in case. Nothing was there. The entire time I was in a panic still, even when I got into my car and was about to leave. And then I got out and drove maybe 10 seconds away from my house, and the fear just suddenly vanished, like I physically felt the panic wash away from me. I took the hour-long drive to class just thinking about it, and had no similar problems when I came home and returned to my still empty house or anything. To this day, I'm just assuming I was tired, but I've never felt that pure, primal sense of dread again. And I still don't know exactly what caused it in that exact moment. And frankly, I'm not quite sure I even want to. Case file number 1853, written by Confused Bubble Trap, Strange Smells, Translucent Cats, and a Gruesome Discovery. This happened back in 2009-2010. I was living in Georgia in a low-income apartment complex with my parents, siblings, aunt, and her daughter, my cousin. To describe the apartment complex, it had several units on the property. Behind was a black-wired fence. Each unit held 4 apartments, and all of the grass area with trees, sprinkled throughout, were of public domain where lots of children played outside. Each apartment unit in the back had a glass door which was mostly hidden by a large dark brown wooden fence in the patio or balcony area whose foundation was concrete. It was an ugly complex, but hey, it was home. We lived on the first floor. For some reason, this particular summer was hot and extra humid and muggy, and what made it worse was that we were not allowed to run up the electricity by putting on centralized AC nor heating, so we had to settle on fans in the window. However, out of nowhere one week, we noticed a weird smell and tons of flies. There were so many that they filled up the fly catchers. We made sure to take out any trash and no food was unattended, and they still came through. We made barriers on any open parts of the window while leaving the fan running, and that seemed to help out. One night, my aunt wanted to have an 80s scary movie marathon. Now this was a fatback TV that sat on a hard bin. The VCR sat on the floor and everything leaned back against the white bare wall. We closed the door to make it dark and ate our snacks. As we were watching the movie, an almost translucent white cat with large gray patches walks out of nowhere in front of the TV and then disappears. I mean, it was opaque enough to have the TV's rays reflect off of it, but it was translucent. Me and my aunt jumped and she pushed me to go investigate where the cat went. I was so scared because there was no way that it came from the closed door. We do not have cats, and finally, I cautiously tore up the room and there was nothing there. The next day, me and my siblings decided to play outside. After being bored with watching Lion King on VHS for the 100th time, and as we're playing in the back of our home in the grassy area, my brother kicked the ball down the hill. It rolled behind a tree in the corner and hit the gate. When I approached the tree, there was that familiar odor, but even stronger. But behind the tree was a carcass with maggots and flies squirting on a white cat with gray patches. I grabbed the ball and ran. I think that cat went through our house in a different dimension. Case file number 1854, written by Elfin Green, a scene of lost tickets, magical moments, and reunions. I went to a festival once in Connecticut with some friends. My friend was supposed to get us tickets, but he got scammed, so we arrived with no money or tickets for the event. As soon as I parked the car, I randomly found a car tag for the car, which would allow us to park for the entire weekend on the ground. So we decided to stay and try our luck to see if we could figure out how to scrounge up tickets inside. Stay with me. We slept in the car that night and got up early the next day to ask if there was room for us to volunteer. Luckily, they needed extra help. Our job? to stand at the front of a parking lot and ask guests of the event to not park there, as their cars would be towed. Our shifts were 8 hours the first day, and that was it. Somehow we managed to get in for almost nothing. It was absolutely wild. The entire trip was like this. While working, I said out loud to my friend, "I'm thirsty." Not even 2 minutes later, a vendor comes by and offers us shaved ice. I said out loud, "I really want chocolate." 1 minute later, a girl walks by with an unopened chocolate muffin, trying to give it away because she didn't want it. My friend and I lost our friends in the crowd, and I picked up a stick and jokingly said, "The stick will show us the way to go," and started waving it around. And it randomly pointed to the exact place our friends were standing in the crowd. Seriously blew my mind, but that's not the weirdest part. I met these two guys at the fest, and we hung out for the entire day. We walked around, went to shows, talked about life, and generally had fun. At the end of the day, we went our separate ways. We didn't get each other's numbers. They said they were from California. 4 years later, I'm in Nashville, Tennessee, walking into a house party. I walked through the hallway, and this guy and I look at each other and was like, "You look familiar." He said the same thing. We both kept walking. But then I realized he was the guy from the festival. Somehow, at this random small house party, there he was. A friend I didn't think I'd ever see again. Hands down, one of the weirdest things to happen to me. Case file number 1855, written by Literary Catnip. Torn, tied, and together again. The other day, my mom was visiting and we were packing up her things as she was getting ready to leave. She had a plastic shopping bag, the sort you get everywhere these days, with a few things in it. I was adding a few light items to it because one of the handles was torn, so it couldn't support much weight, but it was only a pair of socks or something, nothing substantial at all. A torn plastic grocery bag would be perfectly adequate for a few small soiled items of clothing. I held it up to see how bad the tear was, just so I could tie the handles together so nothing would fall out. As I did, I saw with my own eyes that the handle had torn through right at the top of the loop. The plastic was stretched as if the bag had been too heavy and had torn the handle, and now 2 separate stretched strands were attached on one side where the loop used to be. The other loop was intact. I added the pair of socks or whatever and tied the broken loop parts to the other loop, just once, loosely. A minute later, the bag was still in my hand. My mom handed me one more thing to throw in the bag, so I untied it and added the t-shirt or whatever, then went to retrieve the whole mess back up again. But this time, both handles were intact. There were no stretched plastic, just 2 matching loop handles on the same bag, still holding her same 2 or 3 soiled items of clothing. It was a lot easier to tie up that time, but I felt a little crazy for a minute. I feel like I'm crazy right now, remembering. Case file number 1856, written by Mental Tulmut. Goldfish Games, a whodunit in the water. For context, I have a smallish pond, around 700 gallons, and 9 aquariums, ranging from 6 gallons up to 150 gallons. Every day, I feed and check on my fish, spending sometimes hours watching them. I know almost every fish. I have never named them, but I know exactly who is who. Most have distinguishable features that don't look like anyone else, or I have a head count of indistinguishable fish. My pond contains 7 orange goldfish, 3 koi, 4 shubunkin goldfish, and dozens of rosy red minnows, the only fish I don't know the count of. The goldfish and koi are by far my favorite fish. I spend the most time watching and interacting with them. I have a hammock chair right next to the pond where I spend a lot of time watching them and enjoying my pond and garden. When I come to feed them, they all come to me waiting for their pellets. I can put my hand in the water and they will swim into my hands, and brush against me almost like a cat does to your leg. I am very bonded to these fish. So much so, I can count and check that everyone is there, because being outdoors comes with many risks for pond fish. Raccoons, heron, and owls, to name a few. So I'm very aware and always check every day to make sure they are okay. I love these fish. Now on to the weird occurrence. A couple weeks ago, I went about my daily routine of feeding and watching my fish. When I went to the pond, I was distraught to only see 5 of my orange goldfish. 2 were missing. I found no sign of them anywhere. Now, my water is crystal clear with a waterfall and bog filter to keep it sparkling. The pond is lined with a black liner. The bright colors of these fish pop against the dark background. These fish are between 7 and 9 inches long. They aren't small. There is nowhere to hide except one spot that is covered by a big rock to make a tunnel. Even so, from the far left side of my pond, you can see under it. After some time, trying to locate the fish in and out of the pond, I resolved into the sorrow of losing the 2 fish. I was very sad. I figured a predator must have figured out how to get them, and they were unlucky enough to get caught. A week and a half goes by of the same routine. I see my 5 remaining orange fish along with the others, and still feel a little sad about the loss. I was still in routine with the remaining fish, but counting 5 orange goldfish each time now. Fast forward to a few days ago. I went about my routine, and there are 6 orange goldfish in the pond. 6. What the hell? I have no reasonable explanation of how one returned. Then, the following day, I go out to the pond, and all 7 orange goldfish are back in the pond. As of this morning, there are still all 7 orange goldfish. I have no idea where they went or how they returned. I'm baffled. Of course, throughout this whole ordeal, I had my husband come and see as well. He is just as baffled as I am. And that's not even the end of the weird fish saga. I have a 6-gallon tank with 3 baby angelfish who are the size of a nickel, who I'm waiting on growing a bit bigger so they can go into the tank with my bigger angelfish. While caring for that tank today, I discovered 4 angelfish babies. I have no idea where the 4th one came from. Generally, fish can go missing because other fish clean up the evidence of a deceased fish. Fish that were never there showing up and fish that disappear only to come back don't happen. I don't know what is going on with my fish, but it is really weird. Yesterday, I was enjoying my fish like any other day, looking around at my pond and flowers and such, when seemingly out of nowhere, a dark object just dropped out of the sky into my pond. I was understandably frozen for a minute, wondering what the heck just happened. I moved to the pond to investigate and only found a frog. Now, it's not uncommon to see a frog in there every now and then. I'm never concerned with frogs, since my fish are all bigger and can't be eaten by them. But how did it drop out of the sky? There are no trees close by. I do have a 6-foot privacy fence nearby. Can a bullfrog climb a fence? Can they jump that high or that far? Even so, the frog would have had to jump several feet up to be in the position to drop from. Then again, against the blue sky, the dark silhouette literally appeared and dropped straight down. I'm just guessing it was a frog. I don't know if it was a frog at all. Case file number 1857, written by FK Your Bad Vibes. Dial M for Mountain Mystery. Last year, my good friend and I went on a hike on a semi-secluded mountain trail. We went midweek so we could avoid the weekend hikers. The beginning of the trail starts behind a park's recreational baseball field. It follows a river for a bit and then it leads up into the mountains. The trail goes along the highest peaks, then loops you back down another route and spits you back out. Kind of a big circle. So anyway, we walked past the baseball diamond and up the trail toward the river. It kinda had a weird feeling. Like I kept running around to see if anyone was behind us. It was oddly quiet though. We came to a weird little play area that didn't look like it had seen much life lately. There was like an old, vacated shed and a stack of like 5 tires. I guess for kids to play on. Anyway, I should mention that I was wearing yoga pants, with the deep front pockets built in. I had my phone in the left pocket, and my pack on my back with a water bladder in it, etc. My friend had her backpack on, and her phone was in the side mesh pocket of her pack. Accessible if she wanted to take a pic of anything without having to remove her entire pack. I wore these deep, pocketed pants purposely so my phone could be secure, pretty much halfway down my thigh. Anyway, that was how we approached this little weird play area. I told her I was going to go into the tire pile and pee. Sorry. Even though nobody was around, I just had a weird feeling we were being watched or something. It wasn't an overwhelming feeling, just more of a casual feeling. I wasn't worried about it, I mean. Okay, so I walk over to the tire pile. I jumped in it, but didn't quite cover my entire body. Only my head could be seen. My friend started laughing and reached around to her mesh holder on her pack and took out her phone to take a pic. We were both laughing. She was about 45 feet away. I should also mention that although we both have iPhones, she has a newer one, swipe and facial recognition to open. And mine is the old iPhone SE that still has the belly button or home button to open. So they do not open the same way. I can't even get into her new phone. It's facial recognition. So she takes the pic. I get out of the tire and start walking towards her. I asked her to send me the pic, and as we start coming towards each other, I reach into my pants to pull out my phone to look at it after she sends it. We were about 15 feet apart now, not in touch range, and we both looked down at our phones. We both gasped because my phone was in her hand and her phone was in my hand. The phone I just removed from my pants pocket. We were super freaked out because there's no way we would have each other's phones. She would have noticed taking a pic on a phone with a belly button. We are stunned, and as we finally are in reach range, we hand each other our correct phone. What really sent us over the edge was that she unlocked her phone, the one that I had in my pocket inside the tire, apparently, and the picture of me was on it. The one inside the tire. If I had her phone in my pants, how did I take a picture of myself in the tire? She never ended up sending me the pic, and we were so freaked out we got out of there as quick as we could. There was a strange gap there, and like we got put back wrong or something. I don't know, and I have no idea how to explain it. Case file number 1858, written by Mystique Misha. The floral dress with a V secret. Last year, a family friend gifted me a beautiful dress which I really loved. It was comfortable enough to lounge around in it at home, but also pretty enough to wear outside. It had a very unique black and white floral print, and I remember loving how well it fit. There was just one thing I found awkward about the dress, and that's the sashes on either side were too short to properly tie around my waist. They were barely 4 inches long on each side, and I don't exactly have an 8-inch waist. So I wasn't able to pull them together and tie them. They'd sort of hang loosely at the sides if I wore the dress at home. I'd tuck them in with pins if I wore the dress out. Another detail of the sashes is that the ends were shaped like a V or like an arrowhead. I was grateful for the dress, and didn't ask the lady who gifted it why the sashes were really short. I put the dress away during winter, as it was essentially a summer dress, and recently pulled it out of my cupboard again. And mysteriously, the sashes were now long enough to be comfortably tied around my waist as it was meant to be. And the other changed detail was that unlike the ends of the sashes being V-shaped, they were now the regular rectangular shape. I was completely baffled, grateful and pleasantly surprised, but baffled. This is a unique dress, Nobody else in my family wears or even owns something like this. The lady who gifted it to me didn't give anyone else in my family something like this. And nobody in my family had gone and got my dress altered at the tailor shop. If they had, they would surely not only have informed me, but also taken the other clothes of mine for various alterations too, and not just this one dress. And finally, the print of the dress is a unique black and white floral pattern. If someone wanted to tailor and extend the sashes, they'd have to opt for a regular black or white cloth. They wouldn't be able to exactly replicate the same floral pattern for the extended length. Case file number 1859, written by Anonymous. The Copycat Car and the Look-alike Star. I pulled into a fast food drive-thru in Odessa, Texas, my first time there. My turn at the speaker, and I place my order. It's been a long drive, so I'm treating myself and being a little picky, asking nicely, and building a customized meal. Cashier listens and says, "Again? You ate all that already?" Me. Huh? "Oh, I'm sorry. Someone who sounds just like you was just through here. Placed the exact same order." "Hey, cool. Weird, but cool." I get to the window, and the girl looks at me with this exasperated expression, opens the window and says, "It is you." I'm just left confused. Cashier calls her manager over and points at me, shows him the order, says nothing. Manager: "Welcome back. Was there a problem with your order?" Me: "No, I haven't gotten it yet." The manager, clearly confused: "I made your order myself." Cashier points at the time on the receipt. The manager blinks and says, "That's the same order," to her, looks at me, back at her, and says, "And that's him." Cashier: "I said the same thing." Both of them looked genuinely upset and confused. It got worse when I told them I had never been to Odessa before. As the manager was handing me my food, he laughed and visibly relaxed. "The other guy had long hair," he explained, pointing to my cap. "Like halfway down his back. You just have a twin, I guess, with the same kind of car." His face when I took off my hat and showed him the long hair. They might have been messing with me for fun. Shifts get long and people are creative. But if it was a game, they deserve careers in theater because they looked terrified. Yes, I looked around for copies of my car or self while I was in town. Nada. Case file number 1860, written by Anonymous. The Creepy Truck in the Night's Dark Shroud. I was driving one night in a really foul mood and speeding. Like when I say speeding, I mean at least 25 over the limit. Anyway, this car gets behind me, and for some reason I can just tell it wasn't a cop. It was a fully tinted Chevy truck with weird lights on it, like comically large aftermarket front headlights. Once it got behind me, I got a really eerie feeling I can't explain. Like my body just knew something was wrong. I figured if it was a cop, they would light me up for speeding. But for some reason they just kept pace with me, also speeding themselves. So at this point, I'm getting a little weirded out, so I turn off the freeway and they follow me. I turn into a gas station and get out. I figure if I'm going to get axe murdered, at least the cameras will pick it up and give my family some closure. Something just didn't sit right with me. I knew something was up. As I'm getting out of my car, the truck rolls its windows down, and what I saw still haunts me to this day. It was a heavily disfigured guy, the only likes of which I can compare to that guy Rocky Dennis from the movie. About the guy with the crazy disfigured head who falls for that girl who loves him for him, and not the abomination that is his face. And he starts to motion me with his finger, like telling me to come closer. I didn't care if he was going to give me the winning Powerball numbers. There was no way in hell I was going to approach his car. I bolt inside the gas station. At this point, my whole body is shaking. I try to tell the clerk what's going on as they stare at me, probably thinking I'm drunk or high off my butt, as my story doesn't make any sense. I go to look outside, and the truck is gone. I still have nightmares to this day. Case file number 1861, written by Sherpa, Echoes of the Forgotten Cabinet. I've lived in a small apartment that's been my great-grandmother's. Never heard unusual sounds or other phenomena in this apartment. Never had any strange experience there or something I would consider as a glitch. Except for this one thing that happened to me and my mother years apart. As an amateur photographer, I always kept my modest gear in one place. And it's not a hidden place, just an ordinary tiny cabinet with one shelf in the living room. As I was moving to my new place, I packed every little thing, but the camera lens was nowhere to be found. Then I cleaned every inch of the apartment, but nothing. Few more times I looked with a lamp under the bed, sofa, the same cabinet, still nothing. The apartment was then rented. One girl was there for a year, and another girl for 2. Told both of them to keep an eye if the lens appeared. Me and my mother both cleaned the apartment before the first girl came, and only my mother cleaned after the first and second girl. I told her to look again and again, but alas, 3 years have passed. My mother moved in the same apartment, and invited me over. As I entered, I had a strange urge to once again open the cabinet. And there it was, in the cabinet, on a shelf where I always kept it. My mother has a saying. In a translation, it would be something like, "The house takes and the house returns." Because the same thing happened to her about 35 years ago, in the same apartment. Her father, my granddad, lent her the camera and most of his expensive lenses for a hiking trip. When she returned, there was no lens in the bag. Last time she saw it was on the way home. Back then, cameras were really a luxury. And her dad said nothing when she tried to explain what happened. His heart broke. The lens appeared also 3 years later, on a table in the middle of a living room. Her dad actually believed her this time. Anyways, I don't know what to think of it. Why camera lenses? Why 3 years? Is it a coincidence? A message? A joke of some photography enthusiast ghost? Portal that opens up every 30-something years and takes expensive lenses? I don't know. Sometimes I'm tempted to put the camera lens again in the same spot and see what happens. We had, Mom and me, some minor things happening, besides this, that would maybe be categorized as glitches, ghost stories, or just something weird, but not related to the apartment. Case file number 1862, written by Little Vay. The Irish Spectre of Hope. Fall 2009, I was sick. Like, super sick. It was a few weeks before my amputation, and I was battling a severe bone infection. I was hopped up on all kinds of antibiotics. I had a PICC line and would dose my antibiotics through these little balls and pain medication. I'm a huge Yankee fan, so my best friend got us tickets for the ALCS game at Yankee Stadium. She pushed me around the stadium in a wheelchair with a crap ton of blankets on me. It was freezing. Just to put a smile on my face. My friend leaves our seats to go get some hot dogs and stuff. This is where it gets weird. As soon as she leaves, to my recollection, an older Irish gentleman sits by me. He offers me some of his spiked hot chocolate, but I said no thanks and explained that I was on a lot of medication. We began talking, and I told him what was going on in my life. He asked if I was scared to have my leg amputated, and I told him that I was. I was really frightened of the unknown. He gave me some pretty valuable life advice and comforted me. He assured me that it would be fine. He told me that if you have to be an amputee, try to be the best damn amputee that there is. My friend comes back with food and asks who I was talking to. There's no one next to me. I guess I must have hallucinated this, but I don't know. It felt more like some kind of angel or being that came to me to let me know it would be okay. I guess my guardian angel was an Irishman with spiked hot chocolate. Case file number 1863, written by, oh my god, look, a whale. The car in the cotton fields, a vanishing tale that fate reveals. I was driving home from work on the back roads and was driving behind a car that was the same make, model, and year of my car, just a different color. Further down the road, we both get into the turn lane to turn left onto a long, straight road with open fields on either side. The car in front of me turns onto this road, and I wait for a car to pass, and then I turn as well. It takes less than 5 seconds. However, when I turned onto the road, the car that had been driving in front of me was nowhere to be seen. This road has no turnoffs, and it's long and straight, so you can see pretty far ahead of you. The car had just vanished, and I still think about it today. I have a dash cam now, but I wish I had one back then, because I question what actually happened that day. I am 100% sure the car didn't do a U-turn. The roads are really narrow, so they wouldn't have been able to complete the U-turn without having to make it a 3-point turn or drive partly in the field. I also would have noticed because while there was enough time to complete a 90-degree turn in front of the car that was coming from the other direction, there was nowhere near enough time to complete a 180-degree turn without either causing a wreck or something. After I turned onto this road and noticed the car was no longer in front of me, I looked all around me and could see the other car driving away behind me. But the car that looked like mine was nowhere to be seen. There was nowhere on that road where the car could have pulled off or I would have seen it. It was still very light outside, around 6:30 in June, and the road was surrounded by cotton fields, which do not grow high enough to cover a car. Case file number 1864, written by Brother Picturette. Speaker surprise, remote reprise, twice as nice. Many years ago, me and my brother and our partners moved into a very large old station master's house in our city. The glitch started just a few days after moving in. My brother had set up the TV with his soundbar as a speaker. It was quite an unusual speaker, and we only knew one other person with one. He decided there were a lot of remotes for all the tech. We would put them all in a basket in the middle of the coffee table. Then a few days after the move, we noticed it. A second speaker remote. My brother swore he only ever had one. We looked up the speaker model and confirmed it only came with one. We even contacted that other friend who had one, just to check that there was no way he could have accidentally put it with my brother's stuff, but he didn't even buy it until after my brother moved across the country, and they had never visited each other. He still had his remote. It wasn't ambiguous. On multiple occasions, I held both of them in my hands and compared them. Both worked just fine on the speaker and were completely identical. He could never seem to explain it, and simply accepted he must have always had two. I mean, how do you argue with a physical object in your hand? When we moved out of that place, me and my brother ended up in another property together. I packed up the living room myself. Used that basket on the table to pack the remotes as well as some candle holders. I smiled at the two remotes and thought of how odd it was. Then made sure to put both of them in the same candle holder in the basket and packed it away. When we came to unpack it at the new flat, we were surprised to find just one remote in the candle holder, just the one we always had. It was even rattling a fair bit in the candle holder because it was on its own. It's like that remote doubled in that house, and then when we left, it became singular again. We have never found the second remote. We have many witnesses to there being two in the big house, but never before then or since. It's really weird, and I wish I knew what happened. There must be a rational explanation, but I can't seem to find it. Case file number 1865, written by Sadzanenya, none the wiser. When I was in my 20s, in the early 1990s, I had a car accident that kept me in the hospital for about a year. It was a Catholic hospital, and most of the nursing staff were nuns. And besides the normal checks, they regularly just stopped in to chat and see how I was doing. Early one morning, there was a knock and this nun came in that I hadn't seen before. Introduced herself as Sister Greta, a member of the nursing staff. She sat on the side of the bed and we spoke for a few minutes. Then she asked if she could say a prayer for me. She held my hand and said a prayer, then wished me well and left. About 5 minutes later, there was another knock and one of the regular sisters came in to say hi. I remarked it was going to be a good day because I'd already had one visit from Sister Greta, and now I was getting another one. She said that there wasn't a Sister Greta on staff, and there were only 2 sisters around, it being so early. I pointed to the bed which clearly showed where she had been sitting, described her and what she had been wearing, now getting a bit unnerved. The sister basically shrugged and bustled off. She came back about a half hour later with a book about the hospital's history, showing me a picture of some nuns from the 50s. Their habits, which is a kind of religious clothing, were exactly the same as Sister Greta's that I described. Turns out that patients regularly mentioned talking to nuns in old garb that definitely weren't part of the current staff. I never saw her again or anything similar while I was there. Kinda freaky, but not overly disturbing. I can't really explain it, but I guess it's a sort of ghost story I'm okay with, if that's what it was. I'm not religious by any stretch. I believe in getting a good night's sleep, steak, and the love of a good woman, or man, or whatever lights your candle. I made some belief calls in my mid-teens and I've stuck to them. Nope, not even once did anyone try and save or convert me. In fact, my father remarked the religion question as NA on the admission documents, and neither of us were ever questioned on it. If a prayer was ever said, I was asked first if that was okay, and a few times I did decline. Trust me, when you have been assisted to crap while lying down on your back with your legs in traction and experience the cleanup operation afterwards, it takes some time to want company again. The first few weeks I was on meds, morphine and tramadol being the options on the menu, and the docs warned me about dependency, so with the exception of post-surgical relief, it was Panadol, Disprin, and Doxypol, if I remember right. The sisters all lived on the top floor of the hospital, so technically yes, there was someone living in the attic. Could be the nuns have been pranking me? Absolutely. Despite perceptions, they are a funny bunch, enjoy a good laugh, read comics, and watch Star Wars. Only there was never a, "Ha, we got you" moment. It absolutely could have been a hallucination, ignoring the bum print on the bed. And yup, it absolutely could have been sleep paralysis. And yup, I absolutely could have actually dreamed it all. But none of these are concrete explanations. No, I don't think she was Cthulhu or one of his followers, but I've been wrong about such things before. I'm originally from, and this happened, in Zimbabwe. The hospital was called Mater Dei, and no, I haven't found any record of a Sister Greta working there. Per the crash, I was asleep in the back of a pickup truck on the way back from a rugby tournament. We had a head-on with a drunk driver, and I went through the back of the cab, the windscreen, hit the other car, and ended up in the bush some meters away. Multiple internal injuries, lacerated liver, kidney damage, and collapsed lung, broken bones, ribs, jaw, collarbone, hip, and 3 crushed vertebrae, T12, L1, L2. The spinal cord was intact, but compressed, hence the lack of feeling and movement from my mid-torso down. The surgeries were to wire crap like my jaw up, decompress and remove bone fragments from my spinal column, and fuse the affected vertebrae. I am now 2 inches shorter than I was and have a curve on my back that Kasimodo would be proud of. Despite this, I was a lucky one, and that's all I'm going to say about that. This being where it was, insurance and medical aid were really not much use. My dad paid most of the bills by emptying his savings and taking out a loan, and the rugby tournament pitched in as well. The hospital trust waived a bunch of the costs too. It was a prick of a thing money-wise, but I have managed to pay back or pay forward it all. I don't quite get the nun plays a wild prank to raise money thing, but okay. I was never asked for money other than the bills, which they let us pay over literally years. I also don't quite get the nun plays a wild prank to convert souls. Some morphine in my drip and a tart in a robe with a halo would have worked way better, and that's just off the top of my head. There was no attempt to save my soul, none. Last thing about this. Being a nurse, or any other medical job, is a nasty, hard, selfless, and rewardless job, from what I saw, and yet that is what they did. They cleaned up my waste, they helped me vomit, they sat while I cried my heart out for my friends and for my own future. They patiently put up with me when I got ranty and ravey. They found my blood when I needed it, because I have a stupid blood type. And they never ever told me to pray, count my blessings, thank the saints, or anything like that. They asked their God to help, and then let me lean on them. Way too many of you are worried about some inside knowledge I may have on Cthulhu. I don't, I just accidentally holidayed at Rillier one year, and let's just say the brochures didn't match the experience. Caissons sur file 1805. A chill in the air, a shadow sweep. The night something moved, without a peep. So, as people call them, shadow people, they are a feature of the multiverse. My theory is that they aren't ghosts, but they're individuals, souls, that are trapped between the universes. They couldn't cross over fully, and now they're in limbo state, but it's not their physical bodies, otherwise they would die of thirst and hunger and so on. It's their soul that is trying to incorporate into our universe, but they can't quite make it. They are trapped there, unlike a soul, which is just a fragment, an echo of the person that did live there, in that universe before. This is, I guess, sadder, you could say, because there's no way I know of to help them cross over and materialize into this world. Although the question for that then is, would they materialize into a copy of themselves in this universe? Or maybe as they were making the transition, the copy that was here died as well. So that's why they couldn't finish the transfer. Maybe that's why there are limbo states, buffer areas I like to call them, dead worlds where no one else is there or very few. Because if they don't do that, if the other copy of them dies while in transit, the data is kind of lost in limbo. That's a very sad thought, but I think it fits. Caissons sur file 1806. Objects that move and cigarettes that clone. Tales from a house that's never alone. So this was funny because for whatever reason, I can't say Marlboros, blah, blah, blah. I had to take that line so many times and it still doesn't sound quite right. I don't know what it is, but why would you name your brand something that's so hard to pronounce? I don't know. That's a funny side note. But yeah, the first story about cigarettes, it's just a duplication event. Nothing crazy, but still interesting to read about. They always are. Wish it happened to me with something important, gold bars, silver coins, money, whatever. Food. Subway duplication would be my dream, I buy 3 footlongs, normally, chicken teriyaki, or just veggie sometimes when I'm feeling light. Probably eat 2 at once, maybe 2.5 if I'm feeling really hungry. And then put the other footlong in the fridge, and it never duplicates, sadly. I want it to. Come on, universe, do it. And then with the laundry, then it's not duplication, it's just disappearing, and the copy of you in a different universe probably had an extra basket, 5 baskets, filled with whatever clothes were in that basket, light, darks, whatever. A whole lot of things happened in that house, though. If you don't feel bad vibes, I would be very surprised if there was a malicious spirit there. They could just be ripples and anomalies, errors in the code in that particular server infrastructure that is governing that local area where your house is located. And if that's the case, you're not going to feel any bad vibes because there's no presence there to inflict that. It is just universal noise. Now time for the quote of the day. Dr. Ian Malcolm. Life finds a way. There's a microscopic form of life, I think it's a tardigrade or something like that, where it can live in space, it can go dormant in space, in a vacuum, it can live deep in the ocean where it's freezing. No matter the state, it has some mechanism to endure. They're extremophobes, I think they're called. Life will always find a way. we could, I was watching the Fallout show. It's able to blend both serious and comedic, lighthearted, almost absurd themes together in a way that somehow meshes. Like it shouldn't, but it does. They did a good job on that. But it's the idea that, okay, we nuke the entire planet, but that's fine. Life will still persist. They'll find a way. They'll adapt. They'll evolve to that environment. Makes you wonder if there is life that has somehow adapted to living in space. You had a few stories like that in Star Trek, where there are creatures that are roaming between solar systems, just floating in the void. Maybe getting their energy from sunlight or, starlight that is in the general vicinity. You have the inverse square law, so whatever light there is out there would be very dim, but you have so much of it coming in. Maybe they wouldn't need much to survive. That's a tangent, but I guess it's applicable. Okay. Case notes are file 1807. A hidden design, clear and fair. The instant I knew of the podcast bear. So I just want to say the thumbnail for this one was fun. It's one of those funny stories where you can create a thumbnail that is just humorous, a bear singing. Or in this case, just having a podcast. I would listen to that. A lot of grunts and roars, but okay, bring it on. Isn't it funny though, how our subconscious mind can peer into the universe's surroundings and infer information? Perhaps future information, but my guess is there was some clue, some minor sign in that environment that indicated that maybe this podcast recommendation would be a bear, would involve a bear. Maybe your family member, your brother, whoever it was listening to this podcast before, and because you're on the same Wi-Fi, that's why it was popping up in your suggested feed. Now, that wouldn't explain why you knew. Your mind somehow knew it would be there. Maybe at some point, hours before, he mentioned something about a bear, and that's why your mind went there. It was like an educated guess. I don't know. It might be even deeper than that. The subconscious has a lot of tendrils out there in the universe, gathering little bits of information that we aren't aware of. So, whatever it is, it's pretty cool. And I'm now pretty curious what that podcast was. Case notes are file 1808. A knock, a leak, and a grandfather's streak. You know those reels on Instagram and TikTok where it's a dad or sometimes a grandpa, if their kid needs help with some renovation or repair, and the dad shows up and, he has his tool belt on, and he steps out of the car with swag and, swings the hammer. Now it's his time to shine. Kind of get that vibe, like somehow, I don't think this was your grandpa. I think it was his soul that split off, because somehow he knew you needed help, but yet wasn't sure what it was. And I mean, this was just his soul that was there, not really him. That's why he didn't remember when you asked him, because when the soul returns, it doesn't bring the memories. It doesn't have a brain. It's just a soul manifesting corporeally. So I think that's what it is. Your grandpa was called to you because you had an issue that needed fixing, but it was just a soul, so he couldn't directly help. Pretty wholesome, I'd say. Case notes are file 1809. Miles covered in a blink of an eye. The teleports that make us question why. So we have a classic space-time portal story where people are zipping across different locations seamlessly, and that's always the word used or described. There's no transition. You don't realize it's happening until after it happened. And then you notice you're a place that you shouldn't be already. You're there too quick. One note that is very different from any story I've read regarding space-time portals is describing an adverse reaction to it. Normally people don't feel anything at all. But you, E and J, all had this burning sensation in your stomach and a sense of uneasiness that I've never heard before. So is this something else than a space-time portal? Could it be your own body generating a space-time portal? But even then, why would E and J feel anything then, if it's the same sort of space-time portal as everyone else crosses into when they're driving, usually when they're driving? I don't know, that's an anomaly I don't have an answer for, but very interesting to note. Now time for the quote of the day. Captain Marco Ramius. In the end, there is no escape. There is no escape from the past. What is our character? What is our personality, our memories? They are the history of our life. We are what we did. Now we can change it, we can try to alter the influence of the past, but there's no escaping it. It is with you. Every choice you've made, good or bad, will always be there. Your mind can sometimes rewrite history, but it doesn't change what did happen. So try not to let your mind do that too much. And it's actually it's a very good reason to keep a diary, even just jotting down important things that happened. So you have a concrete, immutable record of your own life. Okay, so it's file 1810. In the dark by the cars, a massive tail leaves us wondering if we're on Mars. So there are urban legends about Bigfoot. We all know them. But you don't see many surrounding animals that are lizard-like. Which is curious because you often see that in sci-fi, especially on new planets, tentacle monsters and stuff like that. I don't think this was real in this universe. I think it was probably multiverse sight, but to a distant universe where there were creatures like this. Almost could even be a space-time site where you're seeing in the past, back to millions of years ago when dinosaurs were the king apex predators, or just life on the planet. Because something like that, I figure, would leave a lot of evidence behind, its own excrement and signs in the brush and trees, and probably makes a lot of noise too. I doubt it could have gone unnoticed by anyone else, even if they were a bit far away. Although it would be funny if it was just someone's massive iguana pet. How you describe it doesn't seem likely, but who knows? Maybe someone's breeding them really big down there in Oklahoma. Case notes are file 1811. The Abandoned House's Creepy Clown, a day that turned our smiles down. I know a lot of people have this innate fear of clowns, and I've never shared that. I think I had a clown one time for a birthday party that my mom had hired. I just didn't really find them that interesting, but I wasn't terrified of it. I know Stephen King, he has a book, It, a movie based on it. I didn't see that, actually. It's just kind of there, it's neutral for me. It's not particularly scary or that interesting. But then I haven't really focused on it. That said, if I'm exploring an abandoned house and I hear a clown's laugh, I am booking out of there just as fast, if not faster than you did. Because what the hell? If a clown is in a place they're not supposed to be, then I might be terrified. But just in general, at a birthday party or something, that's fine. Clowns at birthday parties, A-okay. Clowns in abandoned homes, stuff of nightmare fuel. Case notes are file 1812. From English to Korean in a blink. The K-drama that made me stop and think. So we have had stories like this, maybe 3 times? Trying to remember. I think one was where someone had developed, they needed glasses, they were looking out the window, but they didn't have their glasses on and yet had perfect eyesight. And then realized later that they needed their glasses again. So their vision corrected and then went back to normal. Another time, there was a story, I think it was a cop that was talking to a suspect in a different language or something like that. The idea of either your senses correcting themselves or having the ability to interpret information you shouldn't be able to, like a language you don't know. There is one other possibility, that it wasn't related to your brain, but it was actually a kind of multiverse sight or temporary transition where you were in a different universe where they did have, over there, dubs for this show, but back here they didn't. So you really did listen to it in English for the first 15 minutes, and then you transferred back, and then of course, the dubs don't exist. So if it isn't that, if it is really just the brain suddenly having that information and understanding, I don't know, what could cause that? Because it reverts. If it was permanent, then you could say it's almost like the brain rewiring itself, piecing information from the subconscious, and then incorporating that into the conscious mind, and almost like boosting your IQ with the limitless pill. But I don't know, it seems weird because it reverts back. It's almost like your brain was testing its capability. Like your subconscious was trying to upgrade, but didn't want to go too far, too fast. Maybe it was too much for your brain. I don't know. I'm kind of stumped on these ones because they're very infrequent and it's not entirely clear what could cause it. Obviously, it's something happening in your brain if it's not multiverse related. The fact it reverts just leaves me stumped. Or you know what? And just a random thought I had. What if sometimes, in quantum immortality, maybe the soul that is transferring over from a different universe isn't directed properly? Maybe sometimes it latches onto an incorrect body, and the souls intermingle, but they're not the same soul. So maybe in those periods of time, you develop a certain, if this person was Korean, maybe it was a Korean girl that died, transferred into you, and then for 15 minutes until they corrected it and sent her to the correct body, her body, then you knew Korean. That's completely spitballing, but Kinda makes some sense. Nothing is perfect, right? The simulation isn't. So if it is a simulation and there's a soul zipping over, maybe sometimes they make mistakes. Kinda makes me wonder, what would happen if the soul was permanently in you? You would just develop a split personality. Maybe that's what's going on with people who develop split personality. Maybe they literally do have a different soul in them. It's kinda wild. Kinda wild. Now time for the quote of the day. Dr. Richard Kimball. It's not just about your guilt or innocence. It's about justice. Yeah, that's a man that is thinking not of the individual, but of the holistic level, macro scale implications. Because if there is no justice system, if there's no system where people believe that there is blind justice and accurate justice, that the innocent go free and the guilty are punished, if people lose faith in that, maybe it'll lead to chaos. Now, I don't really believe that, but I understand the perspective. And this was from the movie The Fugitive, which is a great movie, and it tugs at your heart because you know if you're innocent. I mean, most people who are innocent don't run, but if they do, if they know they're innocent, they really didn't do what they're accused of. I mean, I get it. And then the whole apparatus that is supposed to work for you turns against you. It's really the stuff of nightmares, if you ask me. Okay, so let's file 1813. Through moves and time, the ring returns. A tale of a band that forever yearns. This seems almost like a program error, as if there is a program running in the master server where they're meant to duplicate certain items, but it's applied to something incorrect, like this ring. Because as you say, they just keep on coming. This is even beyond a standard duplication glitch, which generally only happens one time, maybe two. My guess is you'll keep finding these randomly throughout your life, unless they correct a mistake, but could be worse, you know, it's like the Gemini, is it Gemini? Curse in Harry Potter, where they're invading the the vault, and everything starts multiplying. Now in the book, these were scalding hot, so it was much worse than in the movie, but still, you're just drowning in rings later on in your life. That's how you die. Rings just duplicate and suffocate you. You're buried in silver tarnished rings. Weird thought, yeah. Case notes for file 1814. Surgeon shock and priest insight. A miracle's light or medical might. You know what is interesting, actually? I just recently found this out. Well, first off, children do recover faster, as you mentioned, because they have more stem cells floating about, which stem cells are sort of like nanobots that can go anywhere in the body and know how to repair basically anything. They're almost magic. So children have more of them, so they can repair things easier. Organs, skin, etc. But if you're an adult, like I presume most are, you can actually eat chocolate. The flavonoids in chocolate will boost your stem cell production. Now, it doesn't mean you eat chocolate, you become Wolverine or anything like that, but it is beneficial. Eat some chocolate. Now, best to stick with dark chocolate, not too much sugar added. Have a square or two a day. That is apparently extremely healthy. Just don't eat too much, don't become fat. But assuming you stay thin, it's an extremely positive thing to do. Good news about eating chocolate is good news. Now, could this be a guardian angel that literally healed you or protected your insides? Maybe. I don't know if they have that kind of direct power. My guess is they don't, but I could be wrong. There are stories where they can directly intervene, slow down time, move you out of the way. So maybe they can do this too. Maybe the explanation though is just simple. Maybe it really is that you have a genetic mutation that enables rapid healing. Or maybe a protection against the kind of acidity or chemical corrosion of pee, of urine. Who knows? I mean, we are all mutating all the time. Every new human that is born is slightly different, sometimes majorly different than other human beings. Now, usually these mutations don't benefit us. Sometimes they're detrimental. Sometimes they're slightly positive. Sometimes they are miraculous. You know, there are swimmers out there that are born with webbed feet and hands, which greatly assists in swimming. Now, that would be an evolutionary advantage, but it's still not such an advantage that it promulgates widely. So there are beneficial mutations, but again, they only promulgate if they're beneficial for reproduction. Otherwise, it doesn't ripple through the genetic code of the human species. So There are benefits like this that might exist. Maybe you'll be the last one to have it. Maybe you'll pass it on. Who knows? And sometimes there's dominant and recessive genes, and so it gets kind of complicated. But personally, I think it's just a trait that you have. It's not a miracle, probably. I think it's just a medical marvel. Fun to be special. Case notes for 1815. A dream's embrace. Goodbye from grandma's loving face. If you can, we could do this now. If you do a genetic test like 23andMe, they can report back to you if you have genes that make you more likely to have heart attacks or cardiovascular issues or cancer. So somehow, your mind as a child knew that your mom had this genetic trait. Maybe it ran in her family, I don't know, something like that. But there was information available that your subconscious drew on and inferred. Now, it is interesting that she did this in the car as well. Predicting that is just incredible. But predicting she'd have cancer, I think that's very doable and entirely believable to me, because we could literally do that with science right now. That's fantastic that she recovered from it. We have great technology now. It's not just chemotherapy. Similar story to being pregnant, having a dream before. Guessing her weight, though, is just incredible. Really, some people have minds that are so sharply attuned. Like I was saying, there are mutations. Maybe somehow some people are having brains formed that are incredibly attuned to predicting the future, possible futures. It really is awesome to read about. Now, the last one about your grandma, that was just your grandma coming to visit you, I think. For whatever reason, it is impossible to visit every single person that you love. If you die, your soul, a fragment can linger behind, but maybe there's a hard limit to how many people you can go and visit. Because if a person has a story where they are visited by a loved one, usually I think they're true, and they really did experience that, and I think it really is the echo of the person that died and came to visit them. But often in these stories, they only visit one person. Maybe they do visit everyone, but most people are kind of closed-minded. They wouldn't admit it. They wouldn't tell other people that, yeah, I had a dream about my mother coming to see me, and it was her final parting gift, to just hug me and say goodbye. They would just bury that. They would keep that internalized. They wouldn't tell a soul, because they don't want to be seen as crazy. People really want to fit in with the tribe. It is a natural instinct. If that's the case, it's kind of sad. Now time for the joke of the day. Someone complimented my parking today. There was a note on my windshield saying, "Parking fine." Fine parking. Not really what they mean, though. Pay up the moolah. Okay, so it's about 1816. The basement's abyss and the voicemail's kiss. What a unique story this was. Really interesting. Now, how does that area that you mentioned is like this pitch darkness, the overwhelming darkness where if you stick your hand in it, it's like it'll disappear forever. Going near that place, assuming it was haunted, so-called, just having a presence there, good or bad, can feel overwhelming to people. No matter the moral alignment, you could say. How does that connect to receiving a voicemail from yourself that you sent to a different phone that doesn't even exist anymore? To my knowledge, cell carriers do not store voicemail data for that long. And even if they did, why would it be sent to you in that moment, just after experiencing this wild event of paranormal intensity? The timing seems to indicate that it is related. Can a spirit somehow influence data transfer? I honestly don't know. I mean, I know they can interact and leave voicemails on electronic devices. Spirits are able to interact with electronics, lights and computers and so on. But this, I don't know how they could possibly have done it. It's kind of a trippy story, but very interesting, so unique. I can imagine everyone's face, including yours, was just completely awestruck and their jaws were on the floor, as mine would be in that case. Case notes file 1817. The phone call mystery and Grandpa's trickery. Okay, so trying to piece together how I would do this if it was a prank from your grandpa. You say he wasn't the prank type, but just entertaining the thought to help aid myself in my ability to do pranks later on. Let's go with that. So how would I do this? Okay, it's the 90s. You don't really have cell phones. So the first step, you need an accomplice that is going to ring at a specified time. Now, he didn't control when you came down, but that's just a random variable that a lot of magicians play with. Kind of a gamble. If it doesn't go off on time or before or after, whatever, they just roll with it. And so assuming that's the case, they had a prearranged time to call from an accomplice at a landline phone in a different house. One of his friends maybe, or maybe your parents, and they never mentioned it was a prank. But yeah, assuming that's the case, he would have to pre-record his voice on a record player, and they did have those in the 90s. Not digital, it would be on tape, but you could do that. Yeah, he would have to guess kind of what you would say. You're saying, okay kiddo, have a good day. That's not too hard to believe. It couldn't be his soul because he was the one that proffered it as an example. Listen to this, it's me. Unless it wasn't really your grandpa there. That is another possibility. If it was just his soul talking through the phone. That's kind of cool to think about too, but no matter what, even if he was aloof and not really there, at least he was in this moment and you have this memory that you can cherish for the rest of your life. It's a good thing to have. It really is. And, he created that for you. So that's something. Nothing to scoff at. Now time for the joke of the day. My son can only memorize 25 letters of the alphabet. He says he doesn't know why. He'll never know why. Question sur file 1818. First I saw him. Then he wasn't there. A glitch in time, or just a mindful affair? There are quite a few threads in this, different things that point different ways. The first one is that your dog reacted, so there was a presence there. Now the question is, could it be a soul split event? An astral projection, as most people call it. The thing with soul projection is that you don't typically project the car you're in, or any other items besides the clothes you're wearing in that moment. So this goes well beyond that. Can you project inanimate matter that you're in at the moment? If you're driving, are you able to physically project the car itself? I don't think so. I think you can only project yourself. It's not like the soul is directly connected to the car, you're just inside it. So I don't think it could be a soul projection. And then your husband, or ex-husband, doesn't remember the event either. And you proclaiming that it was freaky, and because it was, but your dog did see him. This must be some multiverse sight event, where you interacted with an ex-husband just in a universe next door, the next door universe, you could say. That seems to be the only thing that could relate. But then that means that multiverse sight isn't just in our minds. It is a localized event, where everyone around a certain area can see it too. That's hard to square because sometimes it seems like there's multiverse sight where only one person is able to see it and no one else around them, so I don't know. But the fact it impacted your dog too, I can't brush that aside. Your dog at least smelled your baby daddy. Now time for the quote of the day. When you are 8 years old, nothing is any of your business. Lenny Bruce. So this might be true, but when I was 8 years old, I was like a ninja. I would climb up on the side of the house, peer into windows, listen in on conversations, camp out in a tree to wait for people to pass by, and I would make everything my business, even though I wasn't supposed to. I was a little gremlin demon child, like in the Incredibles 2. I guess I was more like the speedster. Never that fast, but more along those lines, yeah. Not a bad child, just slightly mischievous, and I guess I haven't grown up much. Yeah. Question sur file 1819. First it's a girl, then it's a surprise. Am I losing my mind or seeing lies? This actually strikes me as a beyond glitch, something I haven't encountered before. Because I think something truly did, in this timeline, affect the past and change it. Normally when I'm thinking about time travel, if you go back in time, to avoid paradoxes, you go back in time into a different universe, so then you're only affecting that universe, not your own. The classic paradox, you go back in time and you disrupt your parents' meeting, so then you're never born, so then how did you go back in time to disrupt your parents from meeting, and so on and so on. It's a paradox. And those are interesting intellectual thoughts, but I don't think they apply for actual time travel. But maybe, if you're the above simulation experts, you could go back in time and retroactively change and alter things. Like the memories of this person who had a boy, but was supposed to be a girl. Then later on they'd have a girl, but that was much later on. So, okay, if that's the case, why didn't they alter your memory and the memory of your husband, who did remember you saying that? Maybe altering memory is difficult. and time-consuming. And maybe they only did it for the person directly involved. I imagine altering the digital data online would be easier. If I had to make money on it, I would say that altering memory, suppressing it, is very difficult. Perhaps even related to aliens, where aliens aren't visiting us, it's the developers. Giant flash of light, which isn't a ship, it's just developers coming down to wipe your memory of an event that you're not supposed to have. But that isn't perfect, and it leaves fragments. And then if you go into hypnotherapy or any process that can help unearth those suppressed memories, it can create extreme trauma. Caissons file 1820. Eerie incidents, mysterious fires, and haunting dreams. I wish we had more of those kinds of homes. The multi-family home, or, even better, having two homes on the same piece of land. I wish that was generally allowed. Zoning generally doesn't allow that. But you should have families living together. I mean, as an option at least. And that used to be the case back in the day, where grandparents would help raise their grandchildren. And that just makes sense, doesn't it? They're not doing a whole lot, generally in the retirement age, and generally they want to be involved in the family, so that we're all split off seems weird to me. Now, ideally, you get a large home that is not haunted by an alcoholic that sets everything on fire. Is it possible, if you're an alcoholic and you die, your echo retains alcohol, because that's the loop you're always caught in? And so using that alcohol, he's able to set things on fire, because obviously alcohol is very flammable. You don't hear stories usually of spirits able to set things on fire. Kind of like an alcoholic with a bunch of Molotov cocktails that keep regenerating. That's kind of spooky. That could be a new horror character. A monster spirit. With endless Molotov cocktails. Get to running quick. Now time for the quote of the day. Everyone is entitled to be stupid, but some abuse the privilege. I think we're all stupid in various areas. If you asked any given person 10,000 questions, random questions about random things, most people would not be able to answer all of them. In fact, even the smartest person on earth would have one question that seems obvious and yet they can't answer, because they just have a gap in their knowledge or intellect in that given area. The world is too vast to have perfect knowledge of everything. Given that, we're all stupid in some areas. Now, strive to get better. Go to brilliant.com, not sponsored, but just go there, practice, learn more. That is a very smart thing to do. But just understand, you're not going to know everything, and that's okay. In the spirit of the quote, don't go down the Dunning-Kruger route, which is where you know a little bit about a subject, enough to feel like you're a master. But in reality, there's this giant iceberg underneath that you don't know. It's the weird effect of the more you know about a subject, the less you feel like you mastered it. But if you know just a little bit, then you kind of feel like you have the reins and you know exactly what's going on. So be careful about that. Don't abuse the privilege of being a normal human being. Be smart, be wise. Yeah. Caissons file 1821. Heavy boots on a quiet eve. The night we heard what we couldn't believe. Okay, this was a legitimate horror story, and I hate it. But it makes sense moving into the fall, eerie, spooky October vibes. This is an amuse-bouche for the Halloween season. Let's go with that. Well, you both clearly heard the sound. Some force, some matter was there to vibrate the air in a specific way to create sound. That wasn't just in your heads, both of you. Now, the question is, was it just multiverse sight, or was it an actual spirit echo? My guess it was just multiverse sight, because this doesn't happen again. If it was a spirit, usually loops are pretty frequent, like every year at most. They're generally not too long, so multiverse sight, multiverse presence makes the most sense, and if that's the case, you might have been hearing someone breaking in that other universe, right next door. But then the yous over there are in for big trouble. Caissons file 1822. From hand to storage, they vanished in air. How did my kids' papers end up there? Guarding your papers with your life. I understand that completely. Especially when I was traveling, just on the road on a bike. This was a long time ago. But I first came to the US from Canada when I was 19, I think. And I crossed the border on a bicycle. And I was just biking from the end of Quebec down to New York City. Now, complications arose. It's not an easy trip to make, especially when you're 19 and know nothing. But I did have a big backpack and I had all my documents in it, and I would literally sleep on top of it because I didn't want some random person to come around and just steal it. Because it's a nightmare to go through the bureaucracy of reacquiring all those documents. Did not want to do that. But for these documents to go missing is, again, just too specific for it to be random. Some input was required for those documents to be chosen to be expunged or phased out of reality for a moment of time, and then return later on. So, was it important in your life that you had copies of these documents? Maybe you go on a travel expedition and lose them, and without having them back home, it's too much of a hassle and it sends you into a bout of depression or something. I'm just completely spitballing here, I don't know. And that's the point. These developers or guardian angels, they can try to help us, but it's not like they write down exactly why this is important. It's just something you have to find out for yourself later on. Now, time for the quote of the day. My definition of a free society is a society where it is safe to be unpopular. Adlai E. Stevenson Jr. I would say that isn't the definition of a free society. I would say that's the definition of a society that has potential to be free. As long as you're able to say unpopular thoughts in public, then you have freedom of speech. And if you have freedom of speech, then you're able to contemplate reality openly, and there's feedback in that. And you can reach a point where maybe you do have freedom. So this is the precursor to freedom. A very important step is just talking openly without fear of being kidnapped or assaulted. And I fear these days that we're moving away from that. There isn't generally fear in the US or Canada of being attacked if you express the wrong opinion. Although in Europe now, apparently if you critique immigration in a certain way, they'll actually arrest you. Saw that on Twitter, or X now. And that's just wild to realize. The countries can be so divergent in how much freedom of expression they allow. So if you're in the US, definitely appreciate just how much freedom in that respect you have. And not appreciate in some sort of debt, but just embrace it. It's something that most of the world doesn't have. So keep exercising it. And if you're unpopular, that's okay. Popularity is not the end-all be-all. In fact, sometimes, like Einstein would say, why 100 scientists? Why not just one? Because it's not about popularity. Finding the truth, sometimes, in the first few instances, is unpopular. So be brave and say it anyways. And on the other side of the coin, if you hear an opinion that is unpopular, don't attack the person saying it. Try to mull it over and engage with them. And if they feel unreasonable, then that's fine. Just move on. I kind of do this with flat earth theory, where I'm happy to entertain any idea. I don't think it's true, but it's good that people are willing to express those thoughts or anything, There are things that are so extreme or absurd sounding, like the moon is a hologram. But who knows? I mean, we're here discussing on this channel crazy ideas of glitches in the simulation or that our entire reality is not real. There's a lot of stories that back it up, but they're just hypotheses at the end of the day. So engage with ideas even if they're unpopular. It's just be civil about it. That's all. Can we do that? I hope so. All right. Quixote's File 1823, written by Princess Wu, 86. 2 dogs strong, a tale of twin Charlies that came along. Charlie the Hash Brown. I love that name. So there's 2 glitches here, or anomalies. The first is that you, without any knowledge of what this dog's name was, name him Charlie, and that is his actual name that his actual owner gave him. Then the owner finds him, same dog, obviously, but she already has him, so the average person isn't going to assume glitch in the Matrix, but then he escapes and knows exactly where to go back. Clearly, this is a duplication event of an animate dog, a real life. There's a question to ask, really. Do animals have souls? The thing that binds us to a unique version of ourselves, beyond the physical matter. I think they do, but this would give evidence towards it just being a placeholder, an NPC, non-playable character. where these dogs could just be duplicated at a push of a button or a glitch in the matrix. Perhaps this was not intentional. If that's the case, then pets are a really good approximation of life and sentience as we know it. But my guess is they are still generally, they do have souls. But maybe not all of them. And maybe that's the case for human beings too. There might be placeholder humans as well. I'm thinking about that all the time, but it makes sense. Some human beings report not having an inner monologue, or they can't even visualize images in their mind. Is that because they don't have a soul? They're just a program in the simulation? Maybe. Maybe it's not. Maybe the interface for the soul is too weak to enable that. It's like the interface between a graphics card on a computer and the monitor. The soul is that interface, but if the link is not good, then you don't get audio. If the link isn't strong, then you might get audio but no visuals, or maybe the image is blurry. Because there's different scales on how much people are able to visualize. Like if I close my eyes, I can picture an apple in perfect clarity. I can take a bite out of it, and I can almost taste it. Some people, they might see an apple, but it's kind of blurry, faded, not fully there. And other people don't see anything. And other people don't have a monologue in their head. Learning about this is really opening my mind to the possibilities of what this simulation could be. And of course it applies to Charlie. He might be a placeholder. That would explain why pets somehow seem to phase through solid matter all the time. Okay, so it's 1824. From 4 to 3, what did we see? A cherry vanishing mystery. I had never heard of this game. Hi-ho, cherry-o. Kinda seems interesting. You have cherry trees and have to arrange them in a certain order, or maybe, I don't know. Have to look it up, but the problem is I would just want to eat all the cherries, because cherries are so good. Could buy a giant bag of frozen cherries from Walmart and just let them defrost and then just eat them. It's one of the best snacks you could ever have. Tons of fiber too. So if you have issues with going to the bathroom, that is an easy fix, trust me. Okay, so it's 1825. From almost empty to always full. My magical tube that defies all rules. Okay, this one really resonated with me because I used to have a stick of deodorant for like 5 years. And every day I would use it. And I never really thought about it, that it was weird that it lasted that long. Might even have been longer than 5 years. And I know it works because there were a couple of days where I just forgot to use it, and I could tell that I smelled. So I would use it, and it would always work. So it wasn't like it wasn't applying or something, or it was empty and I didn't realize it. It was just the end cap. No. It really was always there for that long. And then recently I bought a new stick because that one finally did fade out. Curiously, after I noticed that it wasn't empty, then soon after it did. So maybe you did jinx yourself by even noticing. Maybe when you notice an error, it sends a signal to the servers in the real world, and then the developers, the programmers can fix it. They can debug it. Seems to be what happened to me, so maybe it'll happen to you too. I hope not. I hope it goes for the rest of your life. You have infinite eyeliner or whatever it was. I don't do makeup. So I had the same thing happen, and I'm just realizing it now. And as soon as I realized it, it just, within a week maybe, then it just was gone. It was fully emptied. The deodorant, magical deodorant, left me. Kind of sad to think about. I was saving me a fair bit of money over the years, so damn. Now time for the joke of the day. I asked my wife what she wants for our anniversary. She said, a divorce. And then I said, well, honey, I wasn't planning on spending that much. Yeah, divorces can be rather expensive, can't they? Oh boy. Especially if you have alimony as well. That is a perpetual expense. Brutal. Okay, so it's from 1826. The Post and the Panic. A morning beyond manic. Wow, so that restaurant that you were talking about, or that was talked about, was truly insensitive. To continue serving guests when someone is potentially dying upstairs, that's insane. Can't even imagine that. Take a break, at least for a few hours. Damn. They were in dire straits financially or something? I don't know, but okay. How can reading that materialize that in your reality, in your instant? Unless it was a placeholder human. Going back to that, if there are placeholder humans, it makes sense, because then it's easier to control situations and scenarios, if every single human being is a real person, or, with a soul and capable of free will, then controlling things would be almost impossible. I mean, you could influence certain things, make people like certain things and so on, but to manifest this kind of scenario would be virtually impossible unless you can control individual people and induce in them exact things that you want. Like angels giving Sam cancer just at the whim. Are there guardian angels that are required to produce certain events? And I guess maybe, would they do that to people who have souls, who are real player characters? I kind of wonder if this is a simulation, just how brutal that we sign up for, because there's a lot of brutality in the world. Not to go too much into it. You have children dying from illnesses, and that's not their fault. Are they real people? They tether in via a soul just to suffer for a little bit and then re-emerge in the real world? Why would anyone want to choose that? Maybe we don't. Maybe we choose to sign up for the server, but knowing that where we end up is random and could be brutal. I could see that. Right now, there are games that I play that are intentionally made to be brutal and painful almost. So maybe if you're kind of bored or just want a new novel experience, you would risk it. It's like the Barty bought every flavor bean in Harry Potter, where it's a box of an assortment of beans, jelly beans, where it could be any possible flavor. You hope that you get licorice or watermelon or strawberry, but you could get earwax or boogers or any other nonsense that you do not want to be tasting. You take the risk anyways because there's a certain excitement about that, right? Even though it could end up being extremely bad. So maybe that is sort of this server, where this server is meant to be an anything that can possibly happen. Anything. And no matter, you don't get to choose where you're born. That would make sense. We are living in a chaotic environment by design. Would explain a lot. And maybe even that design is meant to have guardian angels, administrators of the universe, the simulation, that are meant to instill a bit of excitement and chaos, like giving someone a foodborne illness in a restaurant after you read about someone having a foodborne illness in a different restaurant, just to, get you wondering, get your blood pumping. It kind of makes sense. Caissons for 1827. A day of fun, 2 wallets as 1. My Legoland glitch left us all stunned. So this transcends a duplication and reappearance, because the money you had spent at Legoland was back in your wallet at home. So it wasn't just a disappearance and reemergence. It wasn't just duplication. It was a time reset. If it was a duplication, well, you would have lost it. And then at that moment, however money left you had then would have reappeared at home. Like you had $57 left, there would be $57 in that wallet. No, this one was a time reset on the wallet too. For whatever reason, you needed to have that money. It's $100 equivalent, so it's not nothing. But yeah, sounds like you had a good day and you get to keep the money, so can't complain about this one. Caissons for file 1828. A digital camera lost in the night. A tale of the 2 cars and a Costa Rican plight. This seems like an instance of several extremely unlikely coincidences within the realm of practical explanation. And yeah, it does make you wonder how the people would have reacted in that SUV where they found a bunch of pictures. You could almost say from their perspective, that was a glitch in the Matrix. They'd just go inside to eat, they come back, and now they have a camera filled with pictures of people they don't know? How weird would that be? I mean, it wouldn't be a duplication and reappearance because it wasn't their camera, but it still, from their perspective, would be extremely trippy. And back in the day, in the 90s growing up, when I was a kid, my parents still would buy those Kodiak disposable cameras. Took so many pictures with those. My mom never wanted me to touch the actual picture because I would smudge it up sometimes. Oh man. Certain classic vibe that I reminisce about. Yeah. Different time for sure. Okay, time for the joke of the day. My boss yelled at me the other day. You've got to be the worst train driver in history. How many trains did you derail last year? And I said, I can't say for sure. It's too hard to keep track. These dad jokes are gonna kill me. Caissons file 1829. a story of keys, cars, and unseen men. There are so many twists and turns in this story, it's hard to wrap your mind around. Okay, so you're driving, you turn on what you think is a shortcut, and then you wind up home. So, space-time portal then. Okay, but then you find out that you're driving your wife's car. You didn't even have her keys. And then you go back on the road and no one even remembers that encounter. There's something going on here that is well beyond a space-time portal. It's more like they're space-time universal portals, multiverse portals. So you connected to a different universe. You truly were there in not just spirit, but in body and car. But I think for that to work, you have to switch places. So physically switch places with the you in that other universe. And so both of you had this weird story where what you were doing didn't line up with the memory of it. In other people's memories, the conscious mind would still be aware of all of it as you were. But even that isn't a full explanation, because if you switched with the you in a different universe who was driving your wife's car, the keys for that car would be in the ignition of the car. It would be your wife's car with her keys in the car. How does that fit in? Now I'm kind of stumping myself because I don't see how that, it's not going to be a disappearing object phenomenon and then it appeared in the ignition of the car, no, and then disappeared when you came back home. No. There's something more going on here and I don't know what it is. It's like a jumblation of different glitches coalescing together. Highly unusual. Now time for the quote of the day. To me, a lush carpet of pine needles or spongy grass is more welcome than the most luxurious Persian rug. Helen Keller. One is natural and the other is an alteration of nature. Bending nature to our will. I think both have value. Obviously, I don't want to sleep outside in the grass every day, but it is good to go back to your roots every now and again and appreciate where we come from. How much we've improved upon the default state of life. A lot of people will rail against technology or reminisce about the good old times of our ancestors where we were hunter-gatherers. Well, no, we'd die early from a simple cut and infection. We had no medicine. We would starve for days and days until we got to hunt or maybe eat berries. And maybe the berries someone foraged were wrong and you just died from that because it was a lethal berry. Those were not good times. The idea of it might be. But the best we can do now is just go back and touch base with where we came from and just how much we've progressed. In a relatively short amount of time, too, given the nature of the universe and the age of the planet and our species. Hundreds of thousands of years, and in the blink of an eye almost, we made all this progress. So imagine one more blink. How far are we going to be? I can't wait to see. Caissons file 1830. A sticker, Midnight Revelations, and a washer's secret. I fully believe you, and in fact, things like this have happened to me too. I never even connected it in my mind as a glitch, because this happened a while ago. I haven't had an instance where I saw an object that was different looking than I thought it should be. Not in recent memory. This was more in my teenage years. I'd come home after a bike ride, and the desk that I was using was slightly different. One of the bottom rubber pads that braces it would be different, a different color. Instead of black, it would be gray. It's so minor that you just discount it. But then reading this story, my mind is flooded with similar events that occurred to me. And my guess is this kind of stuff happens to a lot of people. The only unusual thing is that it occurred to you at the stroke of midnight and New Year's Eve. Is there some special significance to that? Per the simulation, maybe that's when updates go live? And of course, they can't take the server down, so all updates to this game would be in real time. And that can be done, but it is prone to certain glitches, specifically, so that might be one source of these glitches. When they push updates, maybe at specific intervals at the end of months, maybe there's a universal clock and it just coincides with the New Year's in that year. Could be. I don't remember any specific glitches in the past New Year, 2023 to 2024. That doesn't mean it couldn't be related. Given the timing of it, it seems like it has to be. But no, you're not crazy. I think what simply happened was a time reversal. The machine probably works flawlessly now because it reverted back in time to where you just bought it just before you peeled off the sticker. Case notes of file 1831. a bracelet's illusion that I can't get past. All the stimuli from the universe was fed into your brain. Those signals I believe were real. Your brain interpreted reality in that way, where you heard the beads falling down, the tiny sounds of them bouncing all over the place, and even the feeling of your bracelet breaking, snapping. Those things wouldn't be psychosis or anything like that, just some random bout of psychosis that never happened before or again. No, this was a universal glitch. The stimuli entered your brain, but it wasn't supposed to. Now the question is there some sort of rewind mechanism in short intervals? This wasn't supposed to happen. The bracelet wasn't supposed to break. Maybe a guardian angel or some observer simply pressed rewind. Maybe if it occurs quickly enough, if they catch it quickly enough, they can simply revert it, and the stimuli is still there. They can't easily revert the memory. But the object, yes, that's no problem. Now time for the quote of the day. When buying and selling are controlled by legislation, the first things to be bought and sold are legislators. P.J. O'Rourke. Honestly, I don't need to add much to this one. This is a perfect quote. The only thing I can add is more specific. Regulatory capture. Look it up if you want to be depressed. Caissons file 1832. The power of knowing without a clue. So, you know how people say that the mind of a child is more open to the paranormal, supernatural, to the unproven, to things that just don't necessarily instantly make sense? I think that's true. The mind is not as molded to objective reality, the reality we can conclusively test and repeat in our own experiences. Now, because of that, there are things our subconscious will be more open to feeding into the conscious mind. Now, to be clear, this is not all children. Not all children can predict that someone's going to be at their home when they haven't seen anything related to it. This is literally taking data from the ether, from the jumble of the concurrent running simulation, and somehow translating that. I mean, how they even obtain that information is not clear, the subconscious. That is an ability that very few people, adult or children, have. Is it just a genetic mutation? People have kids and they just happen to have this ability? It is curious though, because if it was just random, why are so many in the scope of how precise this ability would? I mean, it wouldn't just be some random mutation. It would have to be very hyper-specific to cause this and not cause a tumor or just some alteration in the brain that doesn't really do much for you at all, or maybe just heightens your sense of smell or something. This is something truly extraordinary. To be able to predict a future, a probable future, is just, there are no words to describe how powerful that is. So maybe it isn't random. Maybe it is an induced mutation by the developers or observers or guardian angels, whatever you want to call them. And that's the case for so many of these stories that I've read over the years. Yeah, some are actual errors, some are truly random glitches, but so many, I think, are specifically intended, either as a corrective measure or an induced event. I fully believe there are forces above us that we can't directly detect, that are influencing us at the very least. For good or ill, I don't know. Caissons file 1833. When tape disappears and the cry rings clear. So, given your reaction to this, I don't believe it was your dad that just intentionally gaslit you, removed the tape from the modem, and then just stuck it on the floor, or kept it out of sight and then put it on the floor later on to gaslight you, make you think it disappeared when it never did. I mean, it is theoretically possible, but given your reaction, he would have told you if you were crying or heard crying. And the fact that you didn't actually cry, most likely, that you were aware of, but were heard crying later on. That's disturbing. It almost does sound like some sort of spirit that was embodying the area, and that's what your husband heard. And then on another note, more positive, is your husband sounds amazing, trying to support you through something he doesn't really understand, sending you tons of support over text and all that, just checking on you, even though it disturbed you trying to sleep. He sounds like a good guy, so good job on picking the right man for that. Very good job. Now time for the quote of the day. Nothing is permanent in this wicked world. Not even our troubles. Charlie Chaplin. Things are constantly moving and switching and morphing and progressing. Either it's pain or trouble or disease. Now, technically, it's not entirely true. There are diseases that are permanent, chronic, and take you to the grave. But in general, if you just wait long enough, then your situation will be different, good or bad. The good news is we can directly influence where we go. We're at ocean, we have a rudder, we can kind of steer, we have a small engine, not very powerful, but enough to gently guide us towards where we want to be. It just takes a while, and you might have some rough seas between then and there. So brace yourself for the tumultuous essence of the ocean. But the fact you never really know where you're going to end up is kind of exciting, isn't it? It is for me, anyways. Question file 1834. Floating orbs, hidden creek beds, and ancient legends. If I had to pick one thing of what this sounds like, would be some sort of probe. Either alien or perhaps some sort of drone, silent drone. That is the key detail that prevents this from simply being explained by some sort of drone, a patrol system, maybe you're nearby a national park or national forest, or could even be automated by the property owner. But it was silent. To my knowledge, there are no drones that are that silent. There are some that are somewhat quiet, but you'd still hear the fans twirling. So, if this was technological, it would be extremely advanced compared to what we have. Maybe even related to anti-gravity technology. In that case, definitely would be more like an alien. And it makes some sense. If aliens are here, sure, maybe they have advanced sensors on their ships, but they would still want to get close down and try to analyze the world at a higher resolution. But as always, when these stories end as, we never spoke about it again, I mean, that is so unlike me. If I ever saw anything that is so unusual like that, it's the only thing I would talk about for the next year. It's just, you experience the event. Talking about it isn't going to make it not have happened. So talking about it could just help lead towards a possible explanation that makes it less scary. So I don't know. To me, talking about it makes the most sense, but hey, I'm weird. Case notes for file 1835. A stump, a drumstick, and a man in old clothes. Your father sounds like quite the character. Imagine that. He might be the only person in the history of humanity to have tossed a drumstick at a ghost. I mean, literally, he might be the only person to have ever done that. He is more distinguished in that sense than Neil Armstrong walking on the moon. He pierced the essence of a ghost with chicken. So strange sometimes these stories, but I love it. Okay, so it's 1836. Echoes of an ancient night. So this would be evidence that indicates that yes, animals, at least some of them, do have spirits. This was the echo of a horse that was galloping, maybe killed in that area before, and this was just the echo repeating of it. I don't think you would have been trampled if you had remained there. I don't think it was real in the physical sense. It was just hearing it, the essence, the small tiny fragment left over by this living being. One thing I think we could actually test, if echoes are repeating loops of the instance in life that is tethering the spirit, the fragment, to the world, then you can test that. You can apply the scientific method. If anyone ever experiences what they think is a ghost in their home or outside or somewhere that they have access to, install a camera and just record every day and see if it ever repeats. Usually loops are like on a yearly basis, sometimes quicker, maybe a bit slower sometimes, but it might be possible to obtain direct evidence. Now, sometimes spirits do mess with the electromagnetic forces in the area, which could disturb the camera, but even then, that would be kind of evidence. If it's on a specific time, and the camera always goes out or fuzzies out at a specific time, even if it sees nothing, that is still, to some extent, evidence. If it's repeatable. That's the key. You have to test and repeat and repeat. So if that ever happens to you, install a camera and see what happens. Now time for the joke of the day. My kid was misbehaving all morning, so I told him to go get a Switch so I can teach him a lesson. I then proceeded to kick his butt in Mario Kart. If you don't get it, the Switch is a video game console. So that's what he meant. Proper. I mean, that'd be good discipline. You're establishing the hierarchy of who's in charge and who isn't by dominating him in video games. far better than physical domination. That's the old school style that I don't agree with. Peaceful parenting all the way. Unless it's in video games, then you can brutalize them. That's fine. Okay, Census File 1837. A siren's wail in a silent place. Well, that's a question. Can spirits induce stimuli into the mind of someone that's nearby? I think this would be pretty solid evidence that they can. There was never any alarm. It was simply a spirit that was lingering there and wanted you to leave. And a good way to do that is just to sound a giant alarm, but only in your head. It never actually happened. And maybe that is why it's so well preserved, because a spirit doesn't want anything to be moved or touched or damaged. So anytime an urban spelunker goes by to investigate or graffiti the place, bam, alarm system goes off. Only in their mind, though. It's a pretty strong defense mechanism, actually. Pretty cool. Any animal has a defense mechanism. Porcupines have spikes, a bear has its claws, and spirits, sometimes, have alarms. Caissons Fa 1838. The loofah was used and my mind was abused. So yeah, this is just a classic case of inanimate objects being disappeared, switched, twisted, morphed, returned, duplicated. You name it, anything can happen to inanimate matter. To some extent, even living matter, but more so inanimate matter. Any objects we create are subject to the whims of the universe, the chaos therein, and sometimes forces above us that are conscious and want to influence us in some way. Caissons Fa 1839. Of fake IDs, unexpected connections, and the party keg. Yeah, this is definitely weird. To guess the last 4 digits, is that random? Yes, theoretically it's possible. Is that the probable explanation? No, definitely not. Your mind was somehow connected to that phone number. Why though? Is that really just random? Your subconscious just happened to pick up that information, her last 4 digits, for no apparent reason, and then relayed it to your conscious mind as the random number to pick. Why? Why? I'm always stuck on the why. There has to be a purpose that giving her number to the store somehow influenced your life later on. This is not random. I refuse to believe this is random. So if it isn't random, someone intended for you to directly use this number for a specific purpose. We just can't know what it is. Sometimes maybe it could be such a small, tiny alteration. Just receiving that call. Maybe this opens your mind to accepting different ideas. Could be as simple as that. Now time for the joke of the day. Growing up, my dad always said, gallons, quarts, pints, and cups. You know what it really did? It spoke volumes to me. These jokes are getting so absurdly corny, but I can't stop. I'll never stop. Caissons Fa 1840. An oyster, 6 pounds, and a free ride. There are technological glitches that happen all the time. And glitches in the colloquial sense, not in the matrix simulation sense. Now, is this what happened here? I don't think so. And it's purely for the reason you give. The timing of it doesn't make any sense. The only way it could be mundane is if someone was paying attention to you, stalking you, and also had access to the Oyster card system, and was able to effectively fake money in your account, but it only worked for a small amount of time, and by the time you got to the bus, it didn't work because the funds were showing, but they weren't really there. It could just be a game master that was like your guardian angel trying to get you home safely. Personally, I think it's the latter. I don't think it was some random stalker hacker that just helped you through technology. It's so random. It is funny to consider that a game master overseer of the simulation is more likely, but I think it is. Also, the one thing I miss from Montreal is just riding the metro system and the bus. They also had the same sort of, was an Opus card, I believe, in Montreal, where you just load money on it, tap it on whatever turnstile there was or at the bus, and just hop on. It's fun, riding underground with no sunlight, just cruising around underneath the streets and everything. There's something very grounded about that. Caissons Fa 1841. Stone steps, floating feet, and invisible forces. Yes, the coyote running from, was it Bugs Bunny? I forgot, I know it's a Looney Tunes thing where there's a coyote running from a bunny, I believe, or something to that effect. And when he'd reach the edge, he'd always fall off, but before he did, he would be stuck in midair, and he'd only start falling when he looked down. Brings back good memories, have to admit that. There's nothing else I can think of, rather than a guardian angel, game master, that literally froze time within a small sphere around you, so you wouldn't fall, and then just gently lowered you. Anti-gravity technology, but it's really, I don't think it was an alien that had that technology. No, I think it was a guardian angel. And maybe they have more power than most realize. I mean, if you think about it, why wouldn't they? If it's a simulation, then they should have almost any sort of power imaginable. Freezing time, stopping time, manipulating matter inside of the universe in order to just gently guide you down. All sorts of wacky things. Maybe they're not limited in software in what they can do, but it's more about what they're allowed, permitted by the employers to do. Case notes for 1842. Dreams, missing reeds, and unexpected darkness. I've never read Philip K. Dick's Scanner Darkly. I believe there's a movie about that, right, with Keanu Reeves? I never saw it either. I should watch that. Now, is this a case of simple mind over matter? You were so intently reading this book, and the other one regarding the airport, which I also haven't read, that your mind was simply conjuring things to see, but they weren't real. If I had to guess, that would be the case. Because I'm not of the mindset that our brains can physically alter the universe, but I do believe we can alter our perception of it. That is not difficult at all to do. Well, not difficult in the sense of plausibility, but it's still difficult to actually pull it off if you wanted to will yourself to just see something that isn't there. But sometimes the subconscious has a mind of its own. Now, time for the joke of the day, and this week is going to be just jokes. How is Donald Trump going to ensure the shutdown of the Department of Education? By renaming it Trump University. Oh man. Again, I'm not really even political. I don't really care about one or the other president in this election cycle, but this is funny because, I mean, it's just a good joke. Trump does have a university and apparently it failed or was a scam or something. I don't know too much about it, but I do know that it's a funny parallel. Sometimes jokes just line up. Okay, Sansa 1843. Grief, music, and Jimmy Buffet. So first off, I'm sorry for your loss. I know it's been a while, but it is still sad. Regardless of quantum immortality and all that, yeah. Even if you know that your loved one is probably still alive in a different universe, they're not here with you. And that's what really matters. You can't feel yourself in a different universe. Only this one. So if you lose someone, it is nice, a silver lining to know they're still around somewhere, but you can't be with them, interact with them, have the same laughs over dinner, and so on and so forth. It's still a part that's missing. It never gets easy. I'm still missing my grandmother. My granddad too, but my grandmother passed away more recently, and it's just, yeah, I mean, she might still be alive in a different universe, but that only helps so much. Now, if this was a duplicate CD, a duplication by the universe, or by your dad leaving you a message, or if he just did have two, and somehow infiltrated the second one into the system, where it didn't make any sense, one way or another, I do believe, yes, it was a fragment of your father's soul, just leaving you a message, in a very pleasant tone. What better way to do it? Case notes file 1844. Unexpected round, confusing scoreboard, and a glitch in time. I think this was a subconscious jump ahead. I need a good word for it, but it's where the subconscious is living a few moments into the future, a few minutes, I guess, in this case, and relaying that information to your conscious mind. Your subconscious was ahead in time in this buffered reality. And I think our minds probably do this all the time without us realizing it. They're just not relaying that information back. I think the relay process has to be triggered by the simulation itself. And how far ahead reality is buffered, I have no idea. There are some stories where it seems like it could be days ahead. What is going to happen in this universe is set in stone, but not because we didn't choose it. We chose it and we're just experiencing the replay, at least most of the time. And so your mind is split in two, and information just drips down, like water through a sieve. it's not supposed to be a sieve most of the time. So when it is, you just get this jumble of confusion because it is reset back. But only your conscious mind. It was all perception. The other possibility is it was actual clairvoyance, really seeing into the future, a possible future. I prefer the buffer hypothesis because that invalidates free will less. If we're seeing into the future, probable futures, that is still a way to jive with free will. But if you get really far in the future, it becomes harder for that to fit because there's just too many variables to be predicting even a day in advance. Question suivante, 1845. A quest of graves, frustrations, and historical mysteries. So I've spent my fair share of time in cemeteries. More as a teenager. I haven't been to a cemetery in many years now. I've never felt like I was momentarily possessed by a spirit that was lingering there or resting there. And in this case, it didn't seem malicious. It was almost like an inside joke. But if that happened to me, no, I would not be going back. Because you just never know who you're going to get possessed by. Do you want to get possessed by some drunkard who was a malicious person? What if a fragment of his personality lingers behind inside you? I don't want to risk that. Again, I don't think it's very likely for this to happen to someone. I think it was simply the right location with the right objective you had in mind to photograph these graves. It was like the opportunity of a lifetime of the afterlife for that spirit. Now time for the joke of the day. I got the words Yakuza and Jacuzzi mixed up. Now I'm in hot water with the Japanese mafia. At least it's cozy until you lose your head. Question suivante, 1846. A moment of choices, chills, and forgotten floors. Yeah, this is like Penley's stairs or something to that effect where it can be effectively an infinite loop in geometry without being consciously aware of it from the third dimension. So this was like a dimensional manipulation. But from what? A game master trying to mess with you? That doesn't seem right. I don't think spirits have this ability either. So I don't think it was an intentional manipulation. I think this wasn't supposed to happen and was reset as soon as you left. I don't think they could reset it while you're occupying that space though. So you had to leave before it could be fixed. That doesn't make it any less trippy though. And as always, I'm glad it was a quack standard where you had a friend to witness with you. So you're not thinking, oh, I'm crazy. No. You had a friend, it's okay, it really did happen, but the universe is weird. That's all. Just leave it with that. The universe is weird and not as concrete as we think it is. Although when you get to quantum mechanics, it's not concrete at all, but we don't have to go there. Question suivante, 1847. Woods, whispers, and unwanted memories. So again, this is a case where you are taken over by the fragment, the echo, the spirit of someone who died nearby. Have pregnancy and there was a complication with the birth and she ran out trying to seek help, barefoot in the woods. Whatever it was, I don't think it was a positive memory, a positive echo. Not malicious. There's a difference between malicious and negative. I think this was a negative loop. You know, it does make you wonder, is there a way to free these souls from a negative loop? Does finding their remains and burning them with salt actually work? Is that just a trope from Supernatural and other works of fiction? I don't know. I would hope there's a way, but I have no idea. These spirits are pretty infrequent. It's hard to find them. Started watching a show. There's a character. I only saw the first episode. There's a character that is very skeptical, kind of like me in a certain sense of trying to explain how these things could work, the supernatural. He was calling it preternatural. So it's the idea that even the supernatural can be explained through science. We just don't understand it yet. And I think that is more or less true. But if you don't understand something, there's still an element of fear in that. That's just natural, human nature. You can't avoid that. So I think most people are just afraid to delve really deep into this. And I don't blame them. Question suivante, 1848. The diet, sweet treats, and clone biscuits. Well, simply put, the black mark and the oddly shaped biscuit, I think, is concrete evidence that this was a duplication event. You didn't just accidentally buy two, and they just happened to have the exact same structure, mark, and weird cookie or biscuit inside of it. No, of course not. This was a duplication event. And in a great way, you just stole a pack of biscuits from the you in a different universe. Yay! Although, I find it funny that you find it so extreme to eat a whole pack of biscuits in a week. Are you kidding me? I'll eat a whole pack in a day if I buy snacks. That's why I try not to buy too many snacks like Oreos or Doritos because they won't last long. 2 days at the most, and that's pushing it. I just have no self-control when it comes to snacks. Now time for the joke of the day. Look, I don't want to sound conceited, but when I left the hotel, I'm pretty sure the receptionist was checking me out. Yeah, ask for a number, and that'll go well. Case file number 1849. Snowstorms, Oldsmobiles, and Mysterious Mechanics. Okay, so a guardian angel coming down to help you? Could be. Could just be a good Samaritan that just happened to be in the area. If it was a guardian angel, the question then I have is, it's pretty clear there's enough stories where guardian angels are acting to help someone without assuming a material form. So why do they have to assume a material form sometimes? Is that just a preference? They only act without one in cases of emergencies. No, I think there's cases where they've acted where it wasn't really an emergency, so that's something I can't quite square. And it might just be that this is a case of a good Samaritan that just happened to be in the right place and time. Maybe. I'm not clear on this one. But it's a tremendously good thing that it happened because, yeah, being stuck on the side of the road in a blizzard with no power. Oh man. Becoming meat popsicles, indeed. No thank you. Question to file 1850. A sister, déjà vu, and conversation. So yeah, another case of subconscious jump. Your subconscious was ahead, just 30 seconds or so, and drips of it were feeding back into your conscious mind when it wasn't supposed to, and you got confused by current time and future time. And yeah, you really did hear your sister. No one else did out of place because they weren't in that time. Only your conscious mind was. Question to file 1851. The story of roads, rehearsals, and time gone awry. This is a more unusual type of space-time portal. Most of the time, ironically, a space-time portal shoots you ahead in space, not time. But sometimes, the loop is simply a feedback of time, so you rushed ahead in time but in the same spot. Curious thing about that though, you would think that if you didn't move in space, but only in time, you would have noticed the jump. If you're looking at the road, and you skip ahead 1 hour, all the cars around you would be different. Maybe it's done in some way where it's seamless. It's like a fade in editing where if you do it over a long enough period of time, maybe it's not an instant jump in time. Maybe there's a fading over a minute or something. So you don't notice things changing because it's not instantaneous. That's the only way I could think that it could fit. Because otherwise you'd notice, right? I would think you would. But it is clear that these kinds of space-time portals, where it's only the time parameter that changes, much less common. I don't know why. Is it, again, the government experimenting, aliens experimenting, the server, game masters experimenting? Well, one or the other. I think it is an experiment, and sometimes the time parameter is just either harder to implement or just less valuable. But I would guess that it's just as valuable, skipping ahead in time. I don't know. Now time for the joke of the day. If you were born in September, then your parents started off the new year with a bang. A very special kind of bang. Question to file 1852. A night of fear, primal dread, and an immediate peace. Well, I want to say that this is some sort of spirit in your vicinity, or a shadow person, not one that manifested clearly, but just enough for your subconscious to pick up on it. And remember, our emotions aren't exactly governed by logic. I mean, there can be logic to them, but sometimes, if your subconscious is detecting something that shouldn't be in an area where it apparently is, the trigger of fear will just go off. It is more evolutionarily advantageous to be paranoid than not. The person who fears what's in the bush, the little shake of the bush, is going to live more often than the person who is just curious about it and not afraid at all. Fear is very advantageous. I think you're programmed to have more fear over unusual ripples in the local area. You weren't consciously aware of them. It was just your subconscious. It wasn't quite like a shake in the bush, but it was still the same principle. So I think something was there, not necessarily malicious, just you don't know what it was. Your subconscious didn't, and just said, fear, fear, to get you to leave. Curious that when you came back, it never triggered again. So was it just a transient spirit? I mean, it should be bound to a location, so maybe it'll repeat at some point. Case answer file 1853. Strange smells, translucent cats, and a gruesome discovery. Yeah, this one is indeed very gruesome. The echo of the cat that died and their corpse was just nearby, gathering maggots and flies. That is just sad. There's no other word for it. But it does offer evidence that yes, at least some pets, some animals do have souls. And if they die, just like us, a tiny fragment is left behind, or can be. Case answer file 1854. A scene of lost tickets, magical moments, and reunions. That does seem like a very interesting festival, but one note that I want to make. I don't think you were able to manifest matter again. I think your mind was simply relaying messages to the game master that was in charge of making your day a pleasant one. So you thought, okay, I want chocolate, and a girl comes by and doesn't want a chocolate muffin. First off, that's impossible. There's no one in the history of the earth who's thought on their own organically, I have a chocolate muffin and I don't want it. Never happened. Cannot happen. It's impossible. Completely. Unless a game master can somehow influence someone to not want something. That's the only explanation I can offer for that. Because otherwise, that's the most unexplainable thing I've ever read. Not wanting a chocolate muffin? Get out of here. No way. Now time for the joke of the day. The doctor told me my prostate was good. I was deeply touched. Yes, very deeply. Gross. Case answer file 1855. Torn, tied, and together again. This sounds like what I like to describe as a localized reset, kind of like a time rewind. What is time? Time is just change. If you isolate a single object and simply rewind the time on it, well, it's not like there's a clock or sand that just changes values, no. It just sent it back to before it was ripped. The other possibility is that it was a multiverse switcheroo. The bag that was ripped went to a different universe, and over there, their bag was normal, and now it's ripped, and here you got the non-ripped one. But at the end of the day, you're not crazy. It's just the universe being weird. Such is normality. Case answer file 1856. Goldfish Games. A whodunit in the water. You are very descriptive when it comes to your fish, and I appreciate that. I had like a couple goldfish growing up, just in a little water bowl. Nothing fancy at all, but it's fun. I mean, I prefer having a dog as a pet because you can directly interact with it, play rough with it. You can't exactly play rough with a fish. It wouldn't go well. I guess you could swim with it. Did your goldfish simply hide in a way that you couldn't find them for days? Maybe. Haven't directly seen the pond. Per how you describe it, it doesn't seem like that's possible. But we'll leave that on the table as a solution that might not evoke any charm, but it's still there. Now, alternatively, could it be a DOP event, but for a living entity? Well, I guess that harkens back to souls. Do goldfish have souls? Maybe not. Maybe only some of them do, like human beings. So in the cases of those who don't have souls, I think they could disappear just as easily as any other inanimate object. And if that's the case, yeah, nothing too surprising. They disappeared and came back. Happens all the time with stuff. Although then adding on to the angelfish situation where they duplicated, they never disappeared. You could simply say that they're coming from a different universe. They are swimming through the multiverse ocean and landing up where you are. And the last bit probably really was a frog. Apparently bullfrogs can hop like over 6 feet, so they could hop the fence and then hop into the pond. Still odd, but that one's probably not a glitch if I had to guess. Now time for the dad joke of the day. A person told me my clothes looked gay. Well, of course. They just came out of the closet. I can't. Case answer file 1857. Dial M for Mountain Mystery. What I find most peculiar about this story is how you describe feeling a kind of presence watching you, feeling observed, You know, when the hairs stand up on the back of your neck and you can't explain it. There have been tests done where people can detect when people are watching them above a coin flip. So there is some mechanism in our body that enables that. We do know most of the time when we're being observed. But how does that mesh with having your phone switch around? Did some spirit cloak the phones and switch them? And if so, why? That's such a weird thing to do. I guess as a prank, it would be something I would do as a spirit, but it's still, I don't know, maybe just a spirit keeping people on their toes like I would do. That's the best thing I can think of. Otherwise, I don't know. A DOP event like this would be too targeted. It's definitely not random. That's the only thing I'm certain of. No randomness in this. Some will was involved, as is often the case. Question file 1858. The floral dress with a V secret. So, I guess multiverse switcheroo? The dress from a different universe. That is a hell of a title for a dress. You know how people name their swords and back in the olden days or fantasy days? Well, name your dress. The dress from Universe 2. I love that. Now time for the joke of the day. The dad joke. Billy's father asked for the password to our Wi-Fi. I told him it was taped under the modem. After 3 failed attempts to log on, he asked, "Am I spelling this right? TAPEDUNDERTHEMODM. Taped under the modem." So, applied very literally, but he's not incorrect. Question file 1859. The copycat car and the look-alike star. Well, there are many similarities here between you and this other person or other you, with short hair. But the fact that your voices even sounded the same. Same car, same voice, same face, but different hair. It really does sound like your doppelganger that is just living about his life normally. You know, sometimes I wonder if we can be ported over to a different universe in corporeal form, not just a soul. And then that's how doppelganger stories can come about. We feel uneasy about it because we know they don't belong here. But only we can know that. We can detect the quantum frequency, whatever you want to call it, that resonates with a particular universe, and if you're not in the right one, then your multiverse twin knows it. Question file 1860. The creepy truck in the night's dark shroud. Yeah, this was a horror story, alright. Oh my god. To imagine that. Seeing a vehicle follow you, and then you see inside and some deformed, almost zombie-like skeleton figure. Now, I say it's a horror story, but what if there was actually a problem with your car or something, and this guy was just trying to be a good Samaritan, and he just happens to be disfigured, and it's no fault of his own? It's just the context made it so scary. Maybe. Otherwise, I don't know what this would be. I mean, it's not really a zombie driving the car, or some necromancy experiment by some witch that's just raising the dead in the area and giving it a car. That would be rather unusual, although kind of interesting. Could even a zombie pass the DMV test? Maybe. Imagine this car gets pulled over, the cop approaches. That'd be a story to tell, and bullets wouldn't help. Question file 1861. Echoes of the Forgotten Cabinet. Location, location, location. Perhaps bound to you, but still in a given location. It is where it was supposed to be, just phased out. I think sometimes DOP can be a manifestation of multiverse shenanigans where an item goes to a different universe accidentally. Sometimes inanimate objects simply are not rendered in time. The simulation managers, they do want to fix it, but there's probably a huge queue of items to fix. They can only do so many at a time while verifying that it's accurate. Because you don't want to respawn something that isn't actually missing. That's how you get duplication glitches in MMOs and it throws a balance out of whack. Universe, I lost a gold bar. Here's 2, here's 10, etc. Don't want that. So eventually they get to fix your issue, but curious that you even felt it. It's almost like they send a subconscious signal when they fix it, like, check it again. We took care of it, go check. There must be some sort of signal they send, because most people know when to look again. Now time for the dad joke of the day. My son wanted to know what it's like to be married. I told him to leave me alone, and when he did, I asked him why he was ignoring me. Contradictions. Chaos. Oh boy. Maybe one day I'll enjoy that chaos too. Question 1862. The Irish Spectre of Hope. Well, like you said, apparently your guardian angel, I don't think is actually some Irishman that died and became a guardian angel. Like you die and you can select, do you go to heaven or wake up in the simulation, or wake up out of the simulation, or become a guardian angel, and then you just assume the form of who you were, and this was an Irish guardian angel. But who knows? Maybe that is actually how it works, and that would be, I don't know, would I be okay with that? Not really. It's just not good enough. I want guardian angels to be a bit more magnificent, right? But I do believe they can manifest into your mind. So, in this case, didn't take possession of a real person, which they can do, and I thought they would have to do it most of the time, but apparently not. They can really just manifest in your mind. And in this case, only needed to give you a few words of comfort. That did the trick. Question 1863. The car in the cotton fields. A vanishing tale that fate reveals. The ever-present space-time portal. But this would give evidence that space-time portals do move, or they can instantly become destabilized. You went along the same path that this car in front of you took the portal through, and then it didn't affect you. Which means either the portal moved out of the way, or there is a hard limit to how many people can cross through it before it is zipped away. There were a few times where portals were visible. Now I speculate that it's because they were unstable and about to close. Maybe it's the opposite way. Maybe they only appear visible in the initial formation of the portal, and then they're stable, up until the point where they collapse, but the collapse is pretty much instantaneous. Maybe if you were observing it at exactly the moment they crossed, then you would have seen a flash of light or something like that, just guessing. Clearly though, it didn't affect you. The other possibility is that somehow these portals are tailored for specific individuals or specific cars, targets. So the portal was still there, you crossed it and it didn't affect you. Like you can target viruses to specific people. Could you target portals to specific people as well? That's a thought. Case notes file 1864. Speaker surprise, remote reprise, twice as nice. How many times is that the case where we lose a remote, but it's not gone, it's just in a different us's home, and they have two over there. Kind of frustrating, and it's definitely a patch I'd want to see come to the game, the simulation, where they could fix this multiverse nonsense. Just let us stick with the animate objects that we have without them moving about. That would be preferable. Now time for the dad joke of the day. I ate a clock yesterday. It was very time-consuming. Caissons file 1865. None the wiser. Your story was so descriptive. From start to finish, I'm there with you, experiencing every moment. I think the first detail, of course, is the imprint on the bed. You didn't sleep dream it, and then press your hands down to create this bum-shaped imprint. That wouldn't make sense. You're not trying to prank anyone. There was someone that came in to visit you. Could it be a prank? It seems like that isn't the answer, but I could say yes, it's possible. If these nuns were really just having fun, I mean, it's something I would do. I always come back to that. I am a prankster. The key to a good prank, for me at least, is notifying the person after the fact. Wait a little bit, but then tell them, hey, gotcha. There was no other priest. There was no Greta. That was just my friend. We got her to come in for the day and just mess with you because it's a good distraction, kind of fun. Hope it didn't scare you too much, etc., etc. To prank someone like that and then never tell them that it was a prank? That doesn't seem right. Certainly doesn't seem like what nuns would do, does it? Certainly as you described them, they were there for you. They cleaned you up. They fixed you up. They took care of you. So no. Prank? No. And again, it wasn't some religious thing where they were trying to make you believe in the afterlife or something. So was it really just that, the spirit of Greta, a nurse that used to work there, or a nun that used to work there, and just coming to comfort you? It could be as simple as that. That is as good an echo that anything can be, I would say. The most positive form of a spirit, as you can imagine. I've been watching this show, The Haunting of Hill House. I'm only at episode 8, and it is very creepy. It's definitely portraying spirits and ghosts as more malevolent forces, unless there's some twist I don't really realize. I'm not going to say too much else because I don't want to spoil it if you haven't seen it. There's a character that's kind of like me, sort of, at least at the start, and if you haven't seen it, go watch it. It's definitely worth a watch. Reminded of that reading this. Even though it's not a parallel to the story, it's still connected by a bridge, you could say. And the other possibility is you are indeed possessed by some Cthulhu-like monster. Let's hope not. Now time for the joke of the day. I sued an airline when my luggage went missing. I lost my case. Several cases. Like the video, subscribe, hit the bell. Kinetic Symphony signing off.